Yahweh Shai's the power.
Yeah. Who's the power?
Yahweh Bahashim, Yahweh Shai's the power. Yeah.
Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
All right, we're the Israelite School of Biblical History and Practical Knowledge, and we're here at the Shabbat morning class, and we're going to get the prayer started. We know everybody's sliding in, so we're going to start off the prayers as everybody slides in. So hopefully everybody's able to tune in, right on time. So let's stand up. We're gonna start it off, and then we're gonna blow the horn for everybody to rise up. All right, so we're gonna start off the opening prayer. So, Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahasham Yahushai.
Bahasham Yahushai.
Bahawa'ah. B'Tadanawa. O'War. Zayawam. The water. Aman.
Let's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the light this day. Thanks, so be it. And the light represents the wisdom of the scriptures. And you can read that in Matthew chapter 5, verse 16.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahasham Yahushai.
Bahasham Yahushai.
Bahawa'ah. B'Tadanawa. Rayah. Ne'achacha. The water. Aman.
Let's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the sweet savor. Thanks, so be it. You can read about that in Psalms chapter 141 and verse 1 and 2, representing our prayers going up to the Most High.
Come. I imagine open your heart, Jerusalem. Hold on. I'm blow the horn. I gotta blow the horn. I imagine open your heart, Jerusalem.
Stand and face Jerusalem. Turn to face Jerusalem.
Come. Go up. Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahasham Yahushai.
Bahasham Yahushai.
Bahawa'ah. B'Tadanawa. Hashabbat. Bashalom. The water. Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the Sabbath in peace. Thanks, so be it.
We're going to read Psalms 121 in the Hebrew, and they're going to translate it in English. So, Psalms 121. Anashah, Ayam Yah, Al, Haharyam, Na'ayah, Nabu'ah, Isaiah, Nabu'ah, Mayahoah, Sha'aisha, Shemayim, Wa'aratza, La'ah, Jonathan, number one, Gregoria, La'ah, Nawam, Shashawamor, Rasher Allah, Yahweh, Shemaya, Yahweh, Tazoya, Al, Yum Yad, Hashemash, Yala'ah, Hakaya, Bayawon, Wala'ah, Halabana, Balayala, Yahweh, Yashemaya, Makor, Rai, Yashemar, Napasha, Yahweh, Yashemar, Hawalakia, Wa'u'ayah, Ma'aitan, I will love. Amen.
Psalms 121. I will lift up my eyes unto the hill, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth, even forevermore. Amen.
Amen. All right.
Amen.
啊。
Amen.
啊。
Amen.
啊。
Amen.
啊。
Amen.
Ah.
And that's, Hear, O Israel, the Lord our power, the Lord is one power. And you can read that in Deuteronomy chapter 6 and verse 4. Come. This is the Lord's Prayer in Hebrew. Abanawa, Shabbat Shemayim, Kodash, Hayah, Shamka, Yahweh, Malak Wakka, Taba'ah, Watazaka, Hayah, Aisha, Ba'awataza, Kawa, Hayah, Bashemayim, Natalanawa, Lacham, Kol, Yawam, Wasalachnawa, Chabawatnawa, Kasalachnawa, Chabawat Yenawa, Wala'ah, Nabiyanawa, Bonasayawan, Abo, Hawashinawa, Mayan, Rad, Kaya, Laka, Hamalakwa, Waha'ala, Wahata, Pahara, La'aywalamya, Amen.
Matthew chapter 6 and verse 9. After this manner, therefore, pray ye, Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen.
Amen. This is the Ten Commandments in Hebrew. Number 1. La'ah, Yahaya, Leka, Alahaya, Ahoya, Alpanya.
Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
Number 2. La'ah, Ta'aisha, Leka, Pasol, Wala'ah, Ta'aibadam.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image.
Number 3. La'ah, Talakwat'ah, Shah, Yahweh, Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
Number 4. Zakar, Hayawan, Hashabat, Lakwadashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5. Kabad, Abada, Wa, Amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'ah, Taratazak.
Thou shalt not murder.
Number 7. La'ah, Tana'ak.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'ah, Taganah.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'ah, Ta'ainah, Shakur.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'ah, Takamad, Kol, Asherah, Lawa'ayika.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house. Yeshua, which means conceit.
God, Bon Yasha Allah.
God, Bon Yasha Allah, and Majid Barak.
Yahweh Hashem, Yahweh Shai Brakathum.
The first reader, he's going to read Leviticus chapter 5. The first reader is going to start at Leviticus chapter 5, verses 1 all the way through Leviticus chapter 6 and verse 3. So the first reader is going to read Leviticus chapter 5, verses 1 all the way through Leviticus chapter 6 and verses 3. Everybody got that? So Leviticus chapter 5, verse 1 through Leviticus chapter 6 and verse 3. That's the first reader. So you can start off.
Leviticus chapter 5 and verse 1. And if a soul sin and hear the voice of swearing and is a witness, whether he has seen or known of it, if he do not utter it, then he shall bear his iniquity.
Okay, one more time.
And if a soul sin and hear the voice of swearing and is a witness.
And is a what?
A witness.
Okay, so very important. Why we have to be clear that there is no such thing as snitching in the truth. Please don't come with that nigga knowledge in here. All right? There's no such thing as, well, I just didn't want to snitch, y'all. You know what I mean? Y'all, you might think this is funny, but it's not. I've heard couples say, oh, so you just gonna snitch on me? Like, why they need to know? There's no such thing as snitching in the truth according to the laws. As we become a new man, a new woman, there's no snitching, right? Being your brother's keeper means that you're going to say something. Sometimes your husband is doing something that is off. What do you think the brotherhood is there for? To get help, right? We don't want no sisters being abused on the low, and then it be like, that's what Israelites do. No, that's not what Israelites do. That's what people do under the guise of being a Hebrew Israelite. And the same thing with the men, right? You get beat up at home, you got to talk. You misused at home, you got to talk. So there's no such thing as, so you going to be a snitch? That's why I don't teach that in my house. The kids don't play with that talk in the house, right? If I hear them say that, we cut that, because if not, they grow up thinking, oh, I'm going to talk to my peer like that. Oh, you going to snitch on me? Yes. Yeah, because you're doing something off. There's no such thing as that. Don't come with that. So when you see this in the house and you let your kids start that lingo, you bring them to that hood mentality.
Right.
And that's wrong. You understand? So let's read that one more time. Go ahead. Want to get the link, want to send it out to this brother. Go ahead.
Leviticus chapter 5 and verse 1.
Uh-huh.
If a soul sin
Yeah.
and hear the voice of swearing
You hear the voice of swearing. Go ahead.
and is a witness,
And you see it. You hear it. Are y'all teenagers? Will y'all with me? Huh? Okay. You see it, you hear it. You know he's doing something creepy.
Yeah.
You know your brother's doing something off.
Yeah.
You know your sister's doing something off. Oh, don't tell on me. What the scriptures is telling us? This is in the law. Go ahead.
whether he has seen or known of it.
See, you see or know of it. Go ahead.
If he do not utter it, then he shall bear his iniquity.
So what is it saying?
Say something.
No, but what is that part saying? You bear his iniquity. Yeah, go ahead.
And then the same judgment that he's going to be judged by, you also share that same judgment.
True.
You sharing the sin with him.
There you go. That's what you got to say first. What it says is, you bear the iniquity, meaning that you're taking part in that sin by not telling them. And of course, the second part, what you said first, which is because you buried in that sin, now you're what? You're going to bear in that judgment. Right? So we got to be clear with that. All right? Yeah, we take a lot of these things like, haha, that's funny. But no, it's not. It's for real. It's for real. Like, cut that out. You know what I mean? So go to 1 John 5 and 16 real quick. Just to add precept to that.
1 John chapter 5 verse 16.
Go ahead.
If any man see his brother sin a sin,
Right?
which is not unto death.
Yeah, because you see it, you seen something that you know he ain't dead yet. You see him alive. Right? Go ahead.
He shall act, and he shall give him life.
See, this is what y'all are not understanding. You're the intervention, y'all. Sisters, brothers, when somebody is rebuking or checking you, you're the intervention. When your husband is correcting, he's the intervention. That way evil angels ain't sin among you. That's the intervention. But when you don't do that, you're going to bear her iniquity. When you don't tell her, you're going to bear that iniquity. That's why the Most High be punishing your house. Because what? You don't want to do what the commandment says. You don't want to do what the commandment, nor are you spiritual enough. Let's use another word. Intelligent enough to know that you're the only one there to help. Nobody else is seeing that. And you don't get it, that you got to be the one to say something. But you're scared. You're bashful. Well, if I keep checking her, she's not going to like me. Brother, you need to do what the commandment says for the betterment of her, your house, you, your family. Y'all get this? Read it. Read on.
And he shall give him life.
And he shall give them life. What is your brother there to do?
Give him life.
No, but he don't like you.
Give him life.
If you're dumb enough to listen to, you just don't like me. If you're dumb, well, I don't want to make her feel bad. Then you're stupid enough to believe that and not listen to the commandment. Then when the repercussions hit, know that you're going to pay for that as well. Right? So you got to be aware. All that worldly, naive, unbalanced logic. This is what I'm saying. We go through these things and it's like, well, that's just how you feel, Doc. Like, y'all got to stop with this madness. Like, that's just how you do things, Doc. The scriptures is telling you. Because I didn't write Leviticus. Aaron didn't write Leviticus. Shaquat didn't write Leviticus. Stop with this. That's your logic. The Most High is telling us the right way to do things. You are supposed to be your brother's keeper. Well, if I tell her, she's going to get mad at me and not talk to me. Let her not talk to you then. You know what I mean? There's a lot of sisters, a lot of brothers that what? That don't want to correct the person because they're going to give them the cold shoulder. Well, so what? I'm gonna be right in the spirit. You know? And once again, you don't got to be mean about it. You hear me say that a lot. You don't got to be an asshole. But you got to say something. You know what I mean? The part in here, it doesn't say be a jerk. It doesn't say, but if you don't say nothing and explain to them how they're off, that blood is on you. Go ahead, read on. What? Go ahead, Let me finish this. No, it's okay. I need that. We need that to add to this. Because I'm going to go to Ezekiel 33 and 6 next. What you got? Okay, we're going to go to that one too. Go ahead.
For them that sin not unto death.
For them that what?
That sin not unto death.
And this is what we understand. That a lot of these things we messing up on, we know we got grace. See, but when you don't want to acknowledge and that person don't want to get help, you don't supposed to partake in that sin, y'all. Just tell them. Nobody's dying. Nobody's being brought out and damn stoned. You know what's hurting them? Their ego. That's all. And what is that to you when you're supposed to be the help? You're helping your brother, your sister, your house, your family. So keep that in mind. And I'm talking to you youngsters. Don't let your brother or your sister throw that guilt trip on you. You just going to tell on me? Yes, I'm going to tell on you. Because if not, when dad finds out, when mom finds out, the Most High sees this. Could y'all say that? Who could stomach saying that in a moment? It's funny. It sounds so basic. But how many people can't stomach like in the moment to say that? Like, look, if I don't say nothing, the Spirit's going to check me. Y'all be too damn scared to apply the Bible. See, the way I'm looking at it is, I'm helping you and I care. So I don't look at it as, oh, I'm being mean or I'm checking you. I'm looking at it as like, I'm here for you. You see that? See, that's why it don't got to be mean. It got to be like, hey, look, enough's enough. You got to stop this. You're killing yourself, right? And that's what we got to be aware of. We can't be like the hood. I don't want to tell them. You know, that's what they do. You know, I'm not here to judge. Bro, that's not book, y'all. Y'all get this? We got to do what the scriptures say. Finish it up.
There is a sin unto death.
Right?
I do not say that he prayed for it.
See, that's the thing. That you going to let them fall to the sin that's unto death? Y'all see this? You see how you're harming a person instead of helping them because you're letting them go the way down that dark path? How you a child of the Most High? You want to rebuke sharply, but you won't rebuke your rib. You won't rebuke your kids. You won't you won't take rebuke. The hypocrisy of Israel is damn insanity. You will yell that out, rebuke them sharply, but you won't do this to your loved ones. Right? And I'm going to say, there is a strategic way. It doesn't always have to be with the hammer, but it has to be. Hey, I got to talk to you. What's going on? Listen, I got to tell you this because I love you. But I got to tell you, this is wrong. It don't got to be you kicking the door, you dirty, you bit. You don't got to do that. So don't get this twisted. There's a proper way. Y'all get this? Did you finish that? Okay. Ezekiel 33 and 6, and then we're going to go to what he wants. Read that, Ma Walla. Let Ma Walla read it. And then, I'm trying to get him to pop up and project that voice. All right? And then the next brother can get it. Read.
Ezekiel chapter 33.
But you got to yell. Go ahead.
Ezekiel chapter 33 and verse 6.
Go ahead.
But if the watchmen see the sword come.
If the watchmen, you husbands, you leaders, the ones that see, are the watchmen. Right? The ones that know are the watchmen. We always use the simplest analogy. You see them running in front of a car, what you going to do? You're going to be like, well, that's just them. They're their own man. They got to deal with that. Right? No. If you love that brother and you listen to the word, the scripture said, the watchmen see the sword come. Go ahead.
And blow not the trumpet.
And blow not the trumpet. We're supposed to be blowing the trumpet. It tells you about a person that don't receive reproof. Then that means, watch, read on. It's going to tell us. Go ahead.
And the people be not warned.
And the people be not warned, but it's on us first. We're the front line. We're the front defense. You see them coming into the city and you're like, well, that's them. They must have did something wrong. You're right, but it's your job. It's your job to blow the trumpet. Hey, baby, daughter, son, wife, brother, go ahead.
If the sword come and take any person from among them,
right?
He is taken away in his iniquity.
He said he is taken away in his iniquity. Right? And that's what we're trying to avoid. That brother and sister being taken away in their iniquity. We're the help. Right? It's funny because I was just talking to the brother over there at the street speaking. And one of our favorite scriptures is Ecclesiastes 4:9. Go ahead and read it.
Ecclesiastes chapter 4 verse 9. Two are better than one.
Why? Because it's showing us in the law why two are better than one. It's showing us in the law why it says go out in twos and threes. It's showing us in the scriptures why the Most High said man should not dwell alone. Right? He needs a help me. She's supposed to get your back and you're supposed to get her back. But if both of you, if the one that sees don't want to get her back or she don't want to get her husband's back, now it's destruction. And that's why it says woe. Read on.
Because they have a good reward for their labor.
See, what am I working for? I'm working with you in my household to see you fall. Where's the reward in that? There's a good reward in our labor when we are there working with each other and building in righteousness. Read on.
For if they fall, the one will lift up his fellow.
So that's the way we're supposed to look at it. Not through this warped ass hood mentality like, oh, you know what, you snitching on me. You're doing something wicked, you need to be shown and told and led to life.
Right.
And I love you.
Right.
I'm not going to see you smoke the crack and sit there and laugh at you, man. You crazy, bruh. You crazy. Like you're going to at your expense, I'm going to sit there and mock and laugh at you. That's what they do in the world. They mock at you, they laugh at you. You're the joke. Right? And you just fell into damn destruction. You foaming at the mouth and you stay still laughing. Right? Read on.
But woe to him that is alone.
See, the Bible is telling us to be our brother's keeper. You're there for your brother because if not, there's woe. Woe means destruction. If you're alone, nobody's there to show you or tell you. What did we do when we go out there in the street? We're being our brother's keeper. So how is it when you get the truth, you scared of your wife? How's it when you get the truth, now you scared of your brother? You scared of your sister? Oh, she's going to give me the cold shoulder now. How? When we grew up on those basics, which is what? We're going out there to tell them and give them the fire to what? Because you're your brother's keeper.
Right.
Why did it change when now you got with that woman? Because you're holding men in admiration. You worry about their feelings more than being a true brother or a true sister. That's why it says, woe to him that's left alone. Go ahead.
When he fall, for he had not another to help him up.
Right. Now, jump back. Check this out. Read. You're good with that. Go ahead.
But his blood will I require at the watchman's hand.
His blood will I require at the watchman's hand. Because that's you sitting there with your brother and you letting them do it. That blood is on you. See? Well, what about if they don't want to hear? The scriptures say still warn them. That way you can say, hey, listen, I told you. Go ahead.
So thou, O son of man,
Right?
I have set thee a watchman unto the house of Israel.
The Most High said he set us a watchman to each other. He set a watchman to your brother to be your brother's keeper. What did the Most High ask Cain? Where's your brother? His smart ass remark was, I don't know. Am I my brother's keeper? So that, like, he do what he do. That comes from a Cain mind, a wicked mind. That's him. I'm not in his business. You really think like by you saying that, you staying out of his business, that's more honorable. No, you're not honorable. Because you see what's going on with him. You're not staying out of his business. You're letting these people fall into condemnation and destruction. So you're not being honorable with that foolish hood mentality. That's not honorable. Y'all get this, right? Okay, you got one.
Psalms 94.
Psalms 94, what?
Psalms 94 and 16.
Go ahead.
Psalms chapter 94, verse 16. Who will rise up for me against the evildoers? Or who will stand up for me against the workers of iniquity? And it starts right in our household.
Right.
Like, you know, you can't say that we're going to go outside, like we said, and tell our people to get off, put the blunt down, take the pants off, put the shrimp, crab, pork, and lobster down. Yeah, do that, but how could you really do that with that boldness, with that power, if you're not requiring it from your children, if you're not requiring it from your wife? We're the men, we're the leaders. Our people are destroyed because of the lack of leadership.
Right.
But if you really do care about them, it should be nothing. Because when we go out there, we're not going out there telling our people how wicked. Oh, you ain't sugar honey iced tea.
Right.
We're telling you like you gotta get yourself right. We're coming with, not saying we sugarcoat it.
Right.
But we are balanced.
We are balanced.
We're balanced.
Like it says, cry aloud, spare not.
Right.
But it also says, speak comfortably to my people. Right?
Come.
So we got the balance. Nobody's saying disobey the other scripture, which is be a lion in your house.
Right.
It says be not a lion in your house. Right? So we know that we got to have the balance. Nobody's saying go in and start flipping over tables every time your men and kids get out of there. But they have to be told. Okay. So don't look at us like we're crazy when you're being reminded what you're doing is not in the law and the commandments of the Most High. Like, damn, you just, like, what am I supposed to do? Like, y'all just want me to be on top of her. You just want me to be on top of my kids. Yes. For your sake, y'all. For the commandment's sake. Let's jump back. Bill one. Anybody add anything else to that today? What's that? Go ahead.
In Isaiah 62 it says, the watchers are not going to hold their peace day or night.
Get it. Where we at?
Isaiah 62 and 6.
Go ahead.
Isaiah chapter 62 verse 6. I have set watchmen upon the walls, O Jerusalem, which shall never hold their peace, day nor night.
Barakatay how? Yeah. So there's like it ain't. This ain't that we being nosy. Is that you're doing some foolish things in front of us, around us, and we're privy to it. We don't supposed to hold our peace, y'all. What's that?
I was in the DMV yesterday, and I was in there almost every day. And I was waiting in line to be seen again, right? Well, actually, it wasn't in line. I was just posted up against the wall. But his brother was in uniform, right? And so everyone was coming in. We tell them, no, the line's over there. They thought we were in the line. And so the sister walked by, right? And she said to him in the uniform, right? The brother, the soldier in the uniform, said, thank you for serving our country. And he said, you're welcome, right? When she left, I said to him, you know you're not serving this country, you're serving yourself. And he said, yeah, you're right, because they don't care nothing about us. So I am serving myself, right? Now, I said that because I can sense his spirit, right?
Okay.
But then he said this statement. He said, I'm just taking care of me and mine.
Right.
And I said, okay, does the Most High agree with that? Right? And he said, he stopped, he paused. He said, because I said, yes, the condition and the state of everything is wicked. And it ain't going to change. It's because we'll stay wicked. I said, but we've been put in that mentality of individuality. Right? I'm going to take care of my family and that's it.
Right.
Right? But what about our brother's family?
Right.
Right? What about our sister's family? Right? having one mind for ourselves.
Right.
And so the brother said, I agree with that, I agree with that, I agree with that. Right? So he left that day understanding that he can't have that
I'm
mind.
worried about me and mine.
Me and mine.
Yeah.
Right.
I gotta be my brother's
I
keeper.
gotta be my brother.
I like how you broke that down. That Cain mentality is like, I'm only worried about me. Or the other one that I quoted, give me that one real quick. The reverence. Yeah, and the bashfulness real quick. Let me get both of those real quick. Because this is a lot of times, a lot of brothers and sisters start to fall into that. Read that one. Where we at? Where's that one at?
Ecclesiasticus chapter 20 and verse 22.
And I want you to look up the word bashful. You got brothers like that among us, y'all. And we keep trying to warn them. And guess what? When their house starts to fall, right? Know that we're not with that. You know what I mean? When you don't want to tell your kids, your rib, your household, and you start to see it implode because you don't want to follow the commandment. You don't want to be your brother's keeper because you're scared for some reason. No, why? All right? Read that.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 20, verse 22.
Go ahead.
There is that destroys his own soul through bashfulness.
What is bashful? Where you gotta get Ecclesiastes what?
20 and verse 22.
Go ahead.
There is that destroys his own soul through bashfulness.
What is bashful? What's the definition of bashfulness? Bashful. What you got?
Reluctant to draw attention to oneself.
See, I don't want to what? I don't want to cause no commotion. So I'm not going to say nothing. You're going to destroy your soul. Why? Because the commandment is telling you here, you got to come out of yourself. In order for me to tell a brother or sister, all that introvert, I don't want to say nothing, I don't want to cause commotion, I don't want to communicate, you got to stop that. Like, we all get it. Like, I don't want to be a bother too, but it's your job. And the love is supposed to be embedded in you to be there for and be your brother's keeper. And not be the opposite like Cain. Not care about him. Because if you don't care about him, you let them what? Die. You let them die. What else you got for bashfulness?
The synonym is, it says, doubting, hesitant.
See, doubting or hesitant. You got brothers that doubt the commandment. That you see why I got to word it the way it is? Because when we talk about this logic, a lot of people think, oh, that's your method, brother. No, it's the Bible. Yahweh is telling you so you won't destroy the individuals around you. Go ahead.
It says apprehensive.
Right, apprehensive. But, go ahead.
Shrinking.
Yeah, you shrink. Right? You talking like, well, I don't, the reason why, it's like, brother, stand bold, stand confident. Right? It's okay. You know what I mean? Tell the person so you can help them. Go ahead.
It says insecure.
What?
Insecure.
Right? You see that? They come with that insecure spirit. Like, if I keep checking her, then what am I going to have? She might leave me. Brother, obviously, if the woman, the brother, the kids don't want to hear it, and they leave because of that, it's because they're not in the right mind. They don't see the pure love that you're trying to give. That's real love. Go ahead.
It says timid.
What? When you get what?
Timid.
Yeah, it's like now you can't speak. Well, brother, did you tell her? Well, it's like, brother, what's wrong? You're too timid. Being around women made you too timid. Growing up with no father made you timid. And now the truth was supposed to balance you out. Not saying we're supposed to be terminators now. Don't get me wrong. Remember, the Bible tells us to be balanced. But you timid. You're not even standing up. You scared to talk. You're bashful. Go ahead.
It says, modest to excess.
Yeah. This is where modesty is corrupted. You're supposed to be modest. But now you're too much. When you're supposed to be that middle. A modest brother, but know when to what? Speak and to tell and to rebuke, to correct. That's part of the scriptures. Right? So that's it on that. So read it again.
There is that destroys his own soul through bashfulness.
Right?
And by accepting of persons.
And by what?
Accepting of persons.
I don't want to tell this individual, so I'm going to accept what you do. I'm going to accept what you're doing. Now, how does that destroy your soul? Because if you're not sharpening that brother next to you, then what do they got to give back to you? Weakness brings weakness. Wickedness yields wickedness. They're not going to give nothing back to you. This is what the law is telling us to what? Rebuke, correct. You understand? To show them. Show my people their transgressions. Right? Read. Was that it?
And by accepting of persons.
Yeah.
Overthrows himself.
See, you're destroying yourself. And that's what we be seeing. We be like, brother, you got to say something because you're teaching this individual that this is okay. Y'all get this? How many more precepts we need? How many more precepts we need to show you that that mentality is wicked? Like you think you're being a good person, brother. You're not. You're literally the opposite. Because you're messing up this individual. Y'all see this? Ecclesiasticus 4:22.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 4 and verse 22.
Go ahead.
Accept no person against thy soul.
See? Now, what did we just read? That would overthrow your spirit, right? How? Because they're around you. They're going to do these things. Either you're going to emulate that, start doing that. Like, stop with all this, well, she just does what she does, and that's not going to have an effect on me. Bro, y'all are tripping. If your woman brings a Christmas tree in your house, that has an effect on you, y'all. Stop it. Right? It's the same thing. If your woman is rebellious to everything you say, that's going to have the effect on you in your house. You overlooking it is going to mess you up. And now you're reverencing this individual. You putting her up or him up, your kids up more than the father. Because the father said do it this way. It ain't true love. So stop coming with that old Christian smile like, you know, I'm just trying to just look out. You're not looking out for her. You're not looking out for them. You're killing her. You're killing your brother. The right way is the way the knowledge is. If you can't see that that's unbalanced, then you're a fool. We're being foolish if we think that other way. Right? Go ahead.
And let not the reverence of any man cause thee to fall.
Right. Go back to Leviticus. Leviticus 5. Read 1 again.
Leviticus chapter 5 and verse 1. And if a soul sin and hear the voice of swearing, and is a witness, whether he seen or known it,
Right?
if he do not utter it, then he shall bear his iniquity.
Now we understand that in its entirety, don't we? Huh? Okay, go ahead.
Or if a soul touch any unclean thing,
Right?
whether it be a carcass of any unclean beast, or a carcass of unclean cattle,
Right.
or a carcass of unclean creeping things.
Right. That's why you can't get all touchy-feely. You can't have a lot of pride. You can't have no pride when dealing with the Father. Just say you didn't know. Correct it and move on. Damn, I didn't know those candies had pork in it. Yeah, look, let me show you, bro. Don't get all that trying to defend. You trying to stay in your post. Just accept it. Oh, damn. I didn't know I was eating pork the whole time. The water. Right, that's what the water for telling me. Go ahead.
And if it be hidden from him, he also shall be unclean and guilty.
It should be what? It should be what?
Be unclean and guilty.
You see how you start falling into this? Right, so we got to recognize brothers cannot be okay with this. This is why I love the law. You start to see what is your logic and what is the logic of the Father. Right? We don't come up with this. If you're studying, you'll know that the way we're thinking is not weird. It's in accordance with the Father. The way we deal is not mean. It's in accordance with the Father. Right? Go ahead. Come on.
Verse 3. Or if he touch the uncleanness of man,
Right?
whatsoever uncleanness it be,
Right?
that a man shall be defiled withal.
Right?
And it be hid from him.
Right? And if it be what?
Hid from him.
See, there's those times where you don't know. Right? You ate something, you touched something, you did something that was unclean. Even in the law it's telling you. What? Somebody's going to break the law and don't even know it. So stop tripping over that. Like, oh, you were supposed to know. Right? You did, he didn't. Everybody ain't going to know that they messed up. So now, if it be hid from him, what?
When he knoweth of it.
When he knoweth of it, read.
Then he shall be guilty.
Then you got to what? Accept that you're wrong. See, when you go into the other side, I don't want to accept I'm wrong, then you go in deeper into the sin. Accept you're wrong. Yeah, damn, I didn't. For what? For keeping me on point. Because either you tell me, or the Most High send these evil angels among me. He started ripping my butt up. Is it cold? Everybody's a little nippy. Go ahead, I bring it up to about a 68. You know what I mean? Everybody put a jacket on. Hey, listen, it's either cool or you want to be musty. So let's go. Let's bring it up to 68. Go ahead.
Verse 4.
Mm-hmm. Uh-huh.
Or if a soul swear, pronouncing with his lips to do evil.
Right?
Or to do
Okay,
evil.
listen. I want y'all to, kids, brothers and sisters, to pay attention. If you swear something, pronouncing to do evil. I'm finna go shoot up Walmart. These dummies don't, like these cats don't tell. Wait a minute, he went on social media. My son, that's why the moms is what? The one that just went in the bank and shot up everybody. The kid, no, his mom didn't know. It was the kid, the 6-year-old kid that shot the teacher. Mom is getting brought up on charges. Yeah, felony child neglect. Why? Because mama, you didn't know. You didn't know your son had a loaded gun. You didn't know your son had psychological problems. Stop sitting up in front of damn YouTube and not paying attention to your kids. Right? That the world don't got the laws. We do, y'all. We got the commandments, so the commandments are telling us if you heard that. You know what I mean? That's when you get the belt and beat the hell out of him. Like, boy, you gonna do what? I'm gonna shoot Tommy. Where you gonna shoot him with? I'm gonna get this gun. Oh yeah. I get all the information, then I beat you to death. Like, boy, you ain't gonna get no. Right? But these kids ain't getting them. The Esau's so backward, don't beat them. That's why they shoot up the damn Walmart, dummy. And then he goes even further. Oh, he's just talking. What is he talking about? You should already know social media, they snitching on themselves. Right? So stop all this. He just said it out of anger. Yeah, but somebody needs to investigate.
Right.
Somebody needs to really inquire. You know what I mean? You need to start checking that book bag. Any knives? Any guns? You see? Luckily, a lot of us is growing up with mothers and fathers in the truth. See, this is why we need family. See, accountability. Right? But see what happens when you act like, oh, that's you snitching. You a snitch. The scripture is just showing you, but what happens when you don't tell a person where they're wrong? When you don't tell somebody what they're doing? That's why the white man even knows that. Like, you ever see that interview with Cameron? And they asked him, what about if a murderer was living next to you? Go on YouTube. The folly is probably still up there. He said, so what? Like, he looks so stupid. So stupid, y'all. But that's the hood mentality. I'll never respect the hood mentality, the street mentality. The dumbest niggas are in jail. The white man, he's smart. He's out there free. But our hood mentality, you so caught up into darkness and you think that's wisdom. Right? You don't even do it right like a white man. See? It's not the right way. The law is life, and we stick to this. We'd be more connected to our community, our household, our family, our nation. Go ahead.
Or to do good,
right?
Whatsoever it be, that a man shall pronounce with an oath.
Right?
And it be hid from him.
Right?
When he knoweth of it, then he shall be guilty in one of these.
Right. You're going to be guilty, meaning that you found out what you did and then accept the guilt. Right? Go ahead.
And it shall be, when he shall be guilty,
right,
in one of these things.
Where are we at again?
Leviticus chapter 5 and verse 5.
Go ahead.
That he shall confess that he has sinned.
Wait a minute. No. Don't confess. Lie.
That he shall confess.
No. Try to swindle your way out of it.
He shall confess.
Wait. No, brother, you just don't like me.
He shall confess.
Oh, you know what? Why you bringing that out? That ain't, y'all got to understand the laws of the Most High. These laws yield morality, righteousness. You were supposed to admit and just say you did it. But now you what? Huh? Now you're being deceptive. Now you what? Going around doing things behind people's back. That's why a lot of brothers and sisters don't want to be in a body. It's like I was just telling the brother after street speaking. It's about accountability. It's easy to be online. For your half here class. You cooking, you eating, you moving around, you doing all that. Y'all know what it is online. The kids are yelling. You know how many ribs do that? This is background noise to a lot of people. Accountability. And a lot of people don't want to hold to accountability. Read that from the top again.
Verse 5. And it shall be, when he shall be guilty in one of these things.
Go ahead.
That he shall confess that he has sinned in that thing.
See, where's the confession? Where's the, you know what? I was wrong. Salah, forgive me. Right? But instead, what do?
And he shall bring his trespass.
I'm going to tell you what they do. Go to Proverbs 1 and 30. Proverbs 1 and 30. Go ahead.
Proverbs chapter 1 and verse 30.
Go ahead.
They would none of my counsel.
What's the counsel? The counsel just said to accept your fault. But they what? I don't want to hear that. I'm going to swindle my way out of it. Huh? You get counsel, everybody bring out your dirt, and then what? After counsel, you murmur, you complain, you deflect. Right? The niggerism of Israel, bro, is at an all-time high. That's why I use that word. Because we start to embody these ideas and try to mesh them in with being an Israelite. That ain't us, y'all. If we're a nation of kings and priests, why are you not accepting the proper way? Because you're still being that what the white man calls you out there. Y'all got to understand that. This brings us to the light. Right? So they would none of my counsel. Go ahead.
They despise all of my reproof.
They despise what?
All of my reproof.
Why? Go to Proverbs 15 and 5. Proverbs 15 and 5. Come on.
Proverbs chapter 15, verse 5.
Go ahead.
A fool despiseth his father's instruction.
Wait, who despises this?
A fool.
A what?
A fool.
When you start to tell a brother or a sister and show them and say, hey, this is wrong. You know what? That's out of the spirit. The Most High said, don't do these things. The first person that is trying to run their mouth and battle you instead of listening, humbling their ear, it says is a what?
A fool.
Go ahead.
Despiseth his father's instruction.
Go ahead.
But he that regardeth reproof
Read.
is prudent.
Is prudent. And these individuals don't want to be guilty. I'm not going to be guilty because I got to keep hiding. I got to keep up this fake persona. The Most High said, be guilty and let's move on. Right? I'm going to say it again. Even the ancient days it'd be worse, but now it's even that much more light. But they are getting stoned. You know how many people feel like you're assassinating my character, but you literally did this. You're literally doing this. You got 2 or 3 witnesses. You got 4 or 5 people. And then you start a whole custom of things. And that's why you see them never change. You see them never change. Why? Because they never want to accept what they're doing. Now, let's add that to a person that won't tell them. They don't want to accept, but you over here playing with them and won't tell them how they are. You come in with that. This is a big mistake with a lot of brothers. You get a class, and then the brother go home and water down the spirit. Well, you know, baby, you know, I'm gonna tell you in a way that it's like, brother, you just literally destroyed the validity. Like, I don't see you do that. All that sucker for love mentality, you're gonna destroy this individual. Instead of saying the word is true, you got to take heed to that. You got to see what you're doing. You got to accept you're doing wrong. Accept the correction and roll. Why? 15 and 10. Jump down to verse 10.
Verse 10.
Go ahead.
Correction is grievous unto him that forsaketh the way.
Correction is grievous to him that forsaketh the way. Why? Why they don't want to find the gift? Because correction is grievous to the person that don't want to change. There's some tell signs. Are you being corrected because you ain't stripping in the club? Like, look, we need this money. Then I see what you be arguing with us about. Hey, we sleeping with your wife? Has anybody corrected you like, look, you didn't let me sleep with your wife? Then I see we're reason to argue. Brother, that's off. That's wicked. Well, we're telling you what? You're not abiding in the commandments and the laws. You're lying. You're being deceptive. You're playing games. Then you come around and you try to act like Forrest Gump. Sis, why you do this? How about? Like, wait a minute. You was a smart ass the other day. You was disrespectful the other day. Now you Forrest Gump. Now you don't get it? It's a game to a lot of brothers and sisters, y'all. We're not going to play that game. But what did it say?
Correction is grievous unto him that forsaketh the way.
Go ahead.
And he that hateth reproof shall
He
die.
that waited what?
He that hateth reproof shall die.
We're trying to give you life. That's what this whole, from verse 1 is about. Being your brother's keeper. Being there. Jump to verse 31.
Verse 31.
Read.
The ear that heareth reproof
But the person that hears reproof,
of life
read.
abideth among the wise.
See, why you want to separate? Why you rather fall back? Because you ain't ready for that reproof. I'd rather go home and get around somebody that's going to tell me what I want to hear. You know what I mean? You come amongst brothers and sisters you found accountable. That's all. Hey, move on. Deal with it and move on. But you want to drag it out. Then you start moving around, everybody's sad. Because why? They're just showing you the mirror. Now you want to be the sad puppy. Right? Nah, y'all, you're not understanding. Reproof is for life. Being found guilty in front of your brothers and sisters is not what Yahushua is. It's better to be found guilty now than go in front of Yahushua and be found guilty. God. It's a light thing. So we got to be mindful of that. So go from there. Go to, let's jump back. So we get that. Verse 6.
Verse 6. Leviticus chapter 5, verse 6. And he shall bring his trespass offering unto the Most High for his sin which he hath sinned.
See, you were supposed to bring a trespass offering. And we know right now there's no lamb or cattle to give to the altar. But what are you giving to the altar? What are you bringing before the Father? Go ahead, Lionel.
Repentant spirit.
A repentant spirit. A what? That's where I was going. Right? A broken and contrite heart. That's what you're giving. You're giving that to the Father. You're bringing that to the altar. Right? That's all we got. You ain't got no damn cattle. Right? But even if you had the cattle, that wasn't going to fix it because everybody was quick to give something, but did not give their soul. It's easy to catch it up. You know what? I'm going to fix it. I'm going to pay for that. I'm going to throw something at it. Let me fix it. Right? You see? But what about giving your spirit, letting go your pride and your ego? That's hard. I said it the other day in the council. For some people, they'd rather be stoned. They'd rather be stoned because you know what? You're breaking me down. Yeah, we're breaking you down. We're breaking that old woman down, the old man down. Right? Root out, break down. That untempered spirit, that wall that's built with untempered mortar. Right? All right, jump back.
A female from the
Key to my car? The door? Key to the door? We got somebody? Go ahead. Go ahead.
A female from the flock, a lamb or a kid of the goats.
Right, a lamb or kid of the goats. Go ahead.
For a sin offering. And a priest shall make an atonement for him.
Now, listen. The priest was going to make the atonement. You always had somebody there. So don't come with that, oh, it's not necessary, brother. Like, you got to atone. Bro, you always had somebody to be there to help you through this process.
Right.
You had your brother's keeper. Y'all see this? This is the logic of the Bible. Where's your head at? Right? Read.
And if he be not able to
Right.
bring a lamb,
Then
he shall bring for his trespass, which he has committed, 2 turtle doves or 2 pigeons unto the Most High.
Right.
One for a sin offering, and the other for a burnt offering.
Right.
And he shall bring them unto the priest, who shall offer that which is for the sin offering, and ring off his head,
Right.
from his neck,
Right?
but shall not divide it asunder,
Right. Go ahead.
and shall sprinkle the blood of the sin offering upon the side of the altar,
Mm-hmm.
and the rest of the blood shall be run out at the bottom of the altar.
Right.
It is a sin offering.
Right.
And he shall offer the second for a burnt offering,
Uh-huh.
according to the manner. And the priest shall make an atonement for him for his sin which he has sinned,
Mm-hmm.
and they shall be forgiven him.
Right.
But
See, but you had to do something. You had to bring something. Right? Your sin wasn't good. If you just brought, you know what, I messed up. That's what the Most High wants. Y'all see this? Okay, go ahead.
But if he be not able to bring 2 turtles
Uh-huh.
or 2 pigeons, then he that sinned shall bring for his offering a 10th part of an ephah of fine flour for a sin offering.
I like this. You see how it's still going? It's like, it ain't done. It's like, okay, if you ain't got this, if you got this excuse, do this. If you got this excuse, I don't got that. I don't got the cattle. Oh, you don't got that. Okay, let's bring these doves, right? If you don't got that, well, I don't got that. That's Israel, right? Okay, this is what you gonna bring. You got any flour? Well, I think I got a little bit of that. But you gonna bring this, you gotta bring something. You see how the Bible, the law, was spiritual. We had to bring something. A pure mind, a pure thought. Damn, bro, go sit, at least meditate on it before you deny. Right? Before you try to act like you're right in your own mind. Right? Look. Let's go through the scriptures so you can see. Go ahead.
He shall put no oil upon it,
Uh-huh.
neither shall he put any frankincense thereon.
Right?
For it is a sin offering.
Go ahead.
Then shall he bring it to the priest, and the priest shall take his handful of it, even a memorial thereof.
Okay, here. Read in here, because those kids is loud. Come on.
Memorial thereof, and burn it on the altar, according to the offerings made by fire unto the Most High. It is a sin offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for him, as touching his sin that he has sinned in one of these. And it shall be forgiven him, and the remnant shall be the priest as a meat offering. And the Most High spake unto Moses, saying, if a soul commit a trespass and sin through ignorance in the holy thing of the Most High, then he shall bring his trespass unto the Most High a ram without blemish out of the flock, with any estimation by shekel of silver, after the shekel of the sanctuary, for a trespass offering. And he shall make amends for the harm that he hath done in the holy thing, and shall add the 5th part thereunto, and give it unto the priest. And the priest shall make an atonement for him with a ram of the trespass offering, and it shall be forgiven him. And if a soul sin and commit any of these things, which are forbidden to be done by the commandments of the Most High, though he wist it not, yet he is guilty and shall bear his iniquity.
Y'all get that, right? That regardless, when you didn't have the law, you were still breaking the law. Right? This is what Paul says. I'm going to throw a little bit in here. This shows you, man, Paul was dope. All this Paul, but like, bro, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. Let's stop it. Paul was in the spirit of the Most High, because the Most High, just like the other prophets of the past, put the spirit on him. But go to Romans, the 7th chapter. Go to Romans 7, and this is what he was saying. Romans 7 and 7. Go ahead.
Romans chapter 7 and verse 7.
Go ahead.
What shall we say then? Is the law sin?
Right. So he's showing you that if you thought I was saying the law was sin. Read.
God forbid.
I'm not saying that. You don't know. You need to slow down and listen to what I'm saying. The Most High, I am not saying that. Right? Go ahead.
Nay, I had not known sin.
What?
But by the law.
See? Meaning what? You were sinning, but you didn't know it. But what happens? Now somebody brought you the law, and then you found out, oh, I was sinning. I'm guilty. That's what the scriptures is saying. Read.
For I had not known lust.
Right.
Except the law had said.
Right.
Thou shalt not covet.
Right. You didn't know what lust was. You thought it was fine to take pictures under the stall in somebody's bathroom. Right? To relieve yourself of a rando picture online. That's the lust. Listen, I'm going to say this, y'all. It's not wrong to admire. Y'all gotta, you're a man and you're a woman. Stop with this, I see somebody and I'm lusting. Really? That's not lust, y'all. Lust is, I'm looking, I'm seeing, I'm staring, lips is drooling. You know what I mean? I'm plotting. I take out my phone, I'm taking a picture. I'm going home. I'm looking at that picture deeply. Now I'm defiling myself to the picture. The Most High gave us eyes, y'all. How else would you meet somebody if you don't admire them? It's not wrong to admire, to look at somebody and say, oh, that's a good looking sister. Y'all get that, right? Stop killing yourself because you looked. That's where it's supposed to go. Remember, like Yahweh Shai said, if you desire in your heart, now it's going extra. The looking, the lust you feed in, and then now you're conceiving, and now you want to do all the things, and you go out and you're doing defiled things, and you're whoremongering. That's where you corrupted. But there's nowhere in the gospel that when you were supposed to see a fine woman, you were supposed to be. When he said he made a covenant with his eyes, it didn't mean that he didn't look at people. It meant that now he didn't fall into the destruction of that. It's okay to admire a brother, a sister, you single women, of course. You know, you look at him and, oh, you know what? That's a handsome brother. That's not lust. That's admiring, and that's okay. Lust is all the other things where you want to covenant and defile yourself afterwards, right? You dreaming and you tossing and turning and sweating about it. That's obvious lust. Y'all get this? Back to the point. He was showing us what? Even though we didn't have the law, we were still sinning. Right? Go ahead.
Verse 8. But sin, taking occasion by the commandment.
But what he's showing us is what? Sin was realized now that you were given the commandment. That's what he said. That's what we're reading in Leviticus. When you didn't know you were sinning and somebody brought it to your attention, you were supposed to be like, oh, damn, eating pork is wrong. I didn't know that. Damn, I love me some pork. No more pork. I don't want to sin against the Father. But sin came to your revelation because at one time you was eating the pork and you what? You didn't think it was a sin. You thought it was a joy. The shrimp, crabs, lobsters, right? The chitlins. You thought it was an hors d'oeuvre, huh? Those guts of the animal. You thinking like, I'm eating good. I don't know what y'all talking about, right? But when the law came, sin was revived, and you were like, damn, that was wicked. That was unlawful. Now I understand why my knees are blowing up. Now I understand why I got water in my neck. Right? Now I understand why I got high blood pressure. Because I'm breaking the laws of the Father. Right? Go ahead.
Wrought in me all manner of concupiscence.
Right, and that's what it did. It started to create now this desire, and really for us to understand the desire in us. But it's a battle now, right? For some, and I know everybody got past the pork, but other things are still a what? A concupiscence, a deep desire, lust that is trying to what? Battle the spiritual man. So this has always been in the scriptures. Paul ain't saying nothing different. He's telling us when the law, you didn't know, you were supposed to be, you were guilty when you found out. You were to accept that you were wrong, and you were to come back to life and change. That's what he's saying here. Go ahead.
For without the law,
right?
Sin was dead.
See, sin was dead in what way? In your head. He's not saying sin was, you weren't doing nothing wrong. He just answered that. But in your head, it was dead. Go ahead.
For I was alive without the law once.
Yeah, you were doing good without the law of the Most High. Right? You was fine with it. Read.
But when the commandments came.
See, that's why he said in the beginning, was the law sin? God forbid. Because when the commandments came, what?
Sin revived.
Sin came to your life, to your mind. Read.
And I died.
And then what? That old man, right? You started to realize who had more power. The old man. And then what? You shrink. You start dying, right? But for a good reason, right? The old man has to die so that spiritual man won't, with the body, die. So this death is not a bad death, right? Even though it did hurt, right? Because it does. You were like, damn, I didn't know I was doing that. I didn't know that was all. Now I know. But that concupiscence is still there, still trying to struggle and fight against the will of the Father. See, this is where Paul goes in and shows you how to kill that old mind. Not just through the outward appearance of being the Israelite, but inwardly. He's showing you how to use the law spiritually. Go ahead.
And the commandment, which was ordained to life.
So the commandment was what?
Ordained to life.
It was supposed to bring us to life. Read.
I found to be unto death.
Now it's death to you. Why? Because you realize, damn, I'm way off. I thought I was on point. The church told me I was a good person because I was kind. In some areas, I would give my alms. I would what? Cook the pork dinner for everybody. You're like, look, that's charity. But little did you know, the pork dinner was off. Your charity was defiled. Right? Go ahead.
For sin, taking occasion by the commandments.
Sin came when you realize, when that brother, that sister, they came to you and said, look, that's wrong according to the Creator. Sin revived. Go ahead.
Deceived me.
And what?
Deceived me.
Yeah, these pastors, and like the brother went over at the street speaking, they helped the deception. Oh, it's okay, pray over it. It wasn't saying pray over the things that break the law.
Right.
That's like saying pray over the dookie. It's good, it's all right. No, get that horse shit over there. Let's just pray over it. It's going to be fine. Who does that? Come on, y'all. Read.
And by it slew me.
Right. So the law came, right? And by it slays you on different levels. That's a twofold meaning. Because what it's slaying is your conscience. The guilt that you're doing wrong. But it's also slaying the old man at the same time. Right? Yes, it's a guilt, but you're realizing what? It's a good guilt. At least I'm guilty. I got to let go of that. Right? I got to acknowledge my transgression. And that's what the law we've been reading. No different. So stop coming with this Paul. The reason he spoke is like, you ain't even reading. What are you talking about? Read, come on.
Wherefore, the law is holy.
The law is what?
Holy.
What?
Holy.
Read.
And the commandment holy.
And the commandment what?
Holy.
What class?
Holy.
That's right. See, the spirituality of the law and the carnal law meshed together.
Right.
The only thing that was done away with was the condemnation of the law.
Right.
Meaning what? When you messed up, and even in that, look at how many times it was talking about when you messed up and you didn't know. It didn't say every moment bring them out, kill them.
Right.
Oh, bring them out, kill them.
Right.
Bring them out, kill them. You see how we didn't understand the law? You had grace even in that. It was when you rejected and you weren't going to accept the guilt where the severity of the law was like, oh, you ain't guilty? Or you want to struggle, you want to fight, bring him out. Let's pop his eyeballs out. Right? Now it's like, oh, you don't want to listen, you don't want to hear. We just separate from you. There's no stoning in the spirits get you, right? Which one is sore destruction? See, well, the scripture says the spirit is going to be more sore destruction than those stones that Moses and the people back then threw at you. So, y'all get this, right? Oh, I love it how it links together. All right, let's jump back. Leviticus.
Leviticus chapter 5, verse 18.
Go ahead.
And he shall bring a ram without blemish out of the flock with thy estimation for a trespass offering unto the priest. And the priest shall make an atonement for him concerning his ignorance, wherein he erred and wished not, and it shall be forgiven him. It is a trespass offering. He hath certainly trespassed against the Most High. Leviticus chapter 6, verse 1. And the Most High spake unto Moses, saying, if a soul sin and commit a trespass against the Most High,
Right.
and lie unto his neighbor.
And what?
Lie unto his neighbor.
See? Let's talk about that line. That deception. Right? Look at, I know this is going to sound so condescending. But let's look up the word definition of lie. I know you're like, I know what a lie is. Some of y'all don't. Some of y'all don't. What's a lie? What you got?
Lie. Water impregnated with alkaline salt.
What's the Hebrew name? Montezara. Bruh. I want to hug you. Tightly. Oh. Go ahead. Lie as in we're talking about liars. Go ahead.
Lie. Willful deceit.
See? Willful deceit. Now, let's look up deceit. Right? I want you kids, you teenagers, Ariah, Manatazah, Quadashaya, Shariah, Malaakia, your brother, shun your brother, Daniela. Yeah, I want all y'all, right? The young sister back there. Y'all, huh? Rochelle? Yeah, all y'all gotta understand this about lying and deceit. What? What you got?
Literally, a catching or snaring, hence the misleading.
Misleading. So don't, when you omit or leave things out, right? It can be misleading. That's why what I understood more as I grew up in the truth is that when we go over a topic, you have to break down the topic without omitting certain things that speak on that topic on the other end. Because It's like you going to John 3:16 and saying God so loved the world and leaving out all the other scriptures on the world. You're omitting things, and that's why people are like, well, they didn't show me those scriptures. They didn't realize that they were what? Deceived. You see that? So we get better when we deal with topics and we explain them. And the things that already we know they're gonna be talked about, and show them both sides. So they can say, oh yeah, damn, I know that, because the brothers went over both sides, as opposed to, I'm going to only show you from one angle. To be a better teacher, you're going to show them both sides. We're going to go over the scriptures that show you a man in the Bible have more than one woman. But we're going to go to the New Testament where it says that a man, if he desires the office of a bishop, you can't leave one without the other, because what's going to happen? Somebody's going to pull the other side and be like, look, this is what they didn't show you. Ta-da! It's like, you already got to know they're going to go there. Just show them and go to the understanding, because they're both there. You can't leave one of the out unless you what? You're trying to be deceptive. That's why I do that. No, it says here, but it also says here. Well, how do we apply these and believe in both of these things? What's the understanding? Y'all understand? Because if we pull one side, then when you read the other side, right? Lionel, you're like, you were shown what? A bishop should be a man of one wife. You're like, that's what it says. I'm reading it here. But they left out what? That the law tells you all these other things with these men and the patriots. And you're like, wait a minute. Then that means that I'm missing something. Something is, you see about deception, where we can be deceptive with the scriptures because you leave certain things out. We got to be conscious of that you're going to go online, you're going to go on the internet, and somebody is going to leave something out and not know the balance in all those things. The Bible's speaking about it over here from a different perspective. They all go together. Y'all see that? That's called understanding. We can't do like the Christians. God so loved the world, period, the end. It's funny, but Israelites do the same thing instead of going from both sides and showing them all the whole pie, because that's going to bring clarity. Right. That's why when you ask questions, well, I read this over here. How does this apply to this? You got to ask that. It's not combating or debating. It's just, I read this. Does this apply, or how does that fit on what you're going over here? Then you get a better circumference of the knowledge. Y'all get that? Deceiving and being deceptive. Let's bring it back down a notch. You kids, when you omit certain things, you're lying. Right? You're being deceptive. Brothers, ribs. What were we telling the women the other day? You can't go to your husband, oh, this happened, and omit little things. Then your husband is going to give you counsel off of what you're telling him and not off the true facts of the situation. That's why you as a priest are supposed to ask questions. You're an investigator. A judge didn't be, oh yeah, you know what, you're my rib, so I'm on your side. First of all, you got to know that I labor among you. Okay, I got to ask you, because I know you leave things out, you embellish, you're emotional as hell. So you ain't got to say all that, but you're what? Okay, so what happened here? What did he say on that? And then you start seeing the holes in certain things. And like, we got to get everybody together. Let's talk about this, because it sounds like something is missing. That's a judge. Not omitting and being deceptive, and I'm not going to tell you these part or these scriptures that go with this or go with that. Y'all get this? So you got anything else on that?
It says misleading a person and leading of another person to believe what is false or not believe what is true.
Check that out. Check that out. That's crazy, right? That's what being a liar is. So you got to tell the whole story. You're not going to go. And some of you brothers that are unlearned, you would actually listen to her. Yeah, I don't know why they said that. Like your ribs, she's lying, huh? Like you jumping on her bandwagon when you know she's a liar. You're supposed to be asking questions. And if she's not a liar, one thing we all can say is what? They get caught up into their emotions and don't relate the message correctly. Right? So we got to know that. Brothers, kids, ribs, right? It happens like that. We got to be conscious of that. So you won't misjudge improperly. What the Most High say about a deceiver, a liar? Go to John 8:44. Let's just go right to it, right? John 8:44. Go ahead.
John chapter 8, verse 44.
Go ahead.
Ye are of your father the devil.
Go ahead.
And the lust of your father ye will do.
Right.
He was a murderer from the beginning.
Go ahead.
And abode not in the truth.
So who abodes not in the truth? The devil. Who's your papa? If you got that spirit of deception on you, who's your pappy? Huh? The devil. The end. The end. Stop playing with that. Don't be deceptive. You know what I mean? My kids get rewarded for telling the truth. You know what I mean? I could be almost ready to load off on you. I want to hear if you're going to be truthful. I'll say, look, you're not going to get this ass whooped because you told the truth. You know what I mean? But once you're a liar, that's corruptive. That corrupts your spirit. Right? That corrupts your spirit. So, where are we at? Go to Ecclesiasticus 20, verse 24. I think I got that one there. Yeah, 20:24. Right. 23:9, and then we'll go to 7 and 12, and then 32. Go ahead.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 20, verse 24.
Go ahead.
A lie is a foul blot in a man.
A lie is a what?
Foul blot in a man.
You know what a blot is? It's a stain in you. It shows something about your character. It shows something about your spirit. There's something wrong with you. But then you let your kids do that, and you don't discipline that out of them. You let them do that, and you just like, you throwing it off like that's cool. You are letting your child be corrupted. You got to show them that you don't need this blot in your spirit. Don't come and don't lie to me. It's a blot in your spirit. That's why a lot of us, man, that be blowing things off with the kids like it's cool. Like you just gonna let them act anyway. You don't understand. You messing the kids up. It's your job to sit there and make it a moment. Like, look, nah, you're not gonna be that type of individual. It's a blot in your soul. Go ahead.
Yet it is continually in the mouth of the untaught.
See? That means what? If your kid's a liar and deceptive, why are they liar and deceptive? Not say it? They're not taught. You see, that's why we got to watch what you're teaching your kids. You see how you got to be your brother's keeper? You see why you got to rebuke them? Go ahead. Go from there. Go to Ecclesiastes 32 and 7. Go ahead.
Ecclesiastes chapter 32 and verse 7.
Go ahead.
Speak, young man.
No, I'm sorry. It's 23 and 9. My bad.
Ecclesiastes chapter 23 and verse 9.
Go ahead.
Accustom not thy mouth to swear.
Right?
Neither use thyself to the naming of the Holy One.
See, the swearing. Right? You using the name of the Most High out of turn. That goes with verse 3 though. I wanted to get another one on the. We'll jump to that one. Go to Colossians 3 and 9. We'll go to the swearing one when we get to the third verse.
Colossians chapter 3 and verse 9.
Go ahead.
Lie not one to another, seeing that he have put off the old man.
What happens when you start lying? You realize that, bro, that's not the new man. The old man is into the lying and deceptive and deceiving. Right? And it usually starts out with what? You don't want to look in the mirror and bear witness to what you are. You lie to yourself. Right? And then that projects and you lie to others. The spirit of lying, deceiving, is not good. Listen, what's going to happen to the deceiver? He's going to be burned in the lake. Go to there. Go to that Revelations. Revelations what?
21 and 8.
Go ahead.
Revelation chapter 21 verse 8.
Go ahead.
But the fearful and unbelieving and the abominable and murderers
right.
and whoremongers
read
and sorcerers
right.
and idolaters.
Look at all these serious crimes. You're like, man, this is serious. He's going off. Read.
And all liars.
Wait a minute. You're like, dang. Liars? Go ahead.
Shall have their part in the lake which burneth with fire and brimstone.
Deception. The Most High is not playing with that. Just like he's not playing with a fornicator, adulterer. He's not playing with that. Because we talked about it the other day. Actors, deceivers. Most High is not playing with that. We cannot lie. We got to be straight up with each other. Tell each other. Right? And not deceive each other. Y'all get this, right? I know you think it's a light thing. It's not. A lot of people are accustomed to... Did we get that one? Accustomed not thyself? We read that one, right?
25?
Yeah. Yeah. Read it one more time.
God, Ecclesiasticus chapter 23 verse 9.
Go ahead.
Accustom not thy mouth to swearing.
Right.
Neither use thyself to the name of the Holy One.
Right. See, and that's where it gets down into verse 3. Go to Leviticus 6 and verse 3, which is your last verse. Go ahead.
Leviticus chapter 6 verse 3.
Go ahead.
Or have found that which was lost.
Right.
And lied concerning you.
Right.
And swear falsely.
See? You lying. I swear I did. Like, bro, you're lying. Stop swearing. Number one. Right? Don't swear. Let your yea be yea, your nay be nay. You got it? Read it.
James chapter 5 verse 12.
Go ahead.
But of all things, my brethren, swear not, neither by heaven, neither by the earth, neither by any oath, but let your yea be yea, and your nay be nay.
Right.
Lest ye fall into condemnation.
See? Don't swear. Especially, don't swear falsely. You understand that? So, the Most High has given us plain understanding to know, leave that spirit of deception alone. All right? Was that it? Did you finish 6, 3? And go ahead, the last part.
And swear falsely. In any of all these, that a man do it, sinning therein.
There you go. All right. I know it's y'all think it's a light thing, but no, we got kids, we got youngsters, we got people among us that I call it you trying to lawyer me. Like that's not what I asked you. Like, why are you answering something that I didn't even ask, and you put in this and it's like don't play with me like that. Like I'm asking you this, you trying to tell me about something else. Y'all don't understand that that's deception? It is. You got Israel always doing that. Like, that's not what you were asked. You trying to hide. What?
It's called circumvention.
Yeah, you trying to circumvent. You trying to omit. You trying to redirect. Right? We had to do that in council the other day because the sister's like, that's not what I asked you. I mean, this is what's being asked. You want to tell me what you want to hear because you don't want to answer the question. Deception. Stop it. All right? Next brother, Aaron. Come on.
Yeah, it's time, bro. Behold, His Highness. Go ahead. Aaron or Aharon?
Khan. Aharon. Shabbat Shah. Yahweh. Ban. Yasharala.
Aharon, Shabbat Shah, Yahweh, Ban Yashala. I mind you. Barak.
Yahweh Shem Shah Brakatham.
Yahweh Shem Shabbat. Oh, somebody's at the door?
No.
Oh, hang on. Who? Oh.
Leviticus 6:3, or excuse me, 4 down to verse 25.
Khan.
Go ahead.
Leviticus chapter 6, verse 4. Then it shall be, because he hath sinned and is guilty, he shall restore that which he took violently.
Right? See, this is where the white man is found guilty. You're guilty, Esau. Everything you damn stole, you were supposed to give back and restore. The wicked is supposed to restore the pledge, give again. You got it? Go ahead, read.
Ezekiel chapter 33, verse 15.
Go ahead.
If the wicked restore the pledge, give again that he had robbed, walk in the statutes of life,
Right?
without committing iniquity.
Right? That's what's supposed to be done, y'all. You got to restore the pledge and give back what you robbed. Go ahead.
He shall surely live.
Right?
He shall not die.
Right. So this goes right with the law. Right? Go ahead. Back to Leviticus.
Khan. Which he took violently away, or the thing which he had deceitfully gotten, or that which was delivered him to keep, or the lost thing which he found. Verse 5. Or all that about which he has sworn falsely.
Right. Come. Y'all get that, right? Okay, go ahead.
He shall surely, he shall even restore it in the principal, and shall add the fifth part more thereto, and give it unto him to whom it pertaineth, in the day of the trespass offering.
Right. Who did you steal that from? You got to go give it back to them. Go ahead.
And he shall bring his trespass offering unto the Lord, a ram without blemish, out of the flock, with thy estimation, for the trespass offering unto the priest.
You had to make it right with the person, and you had to go to the Father and what? Make it right with him. Right? It wasn't just about one thing. That's why when you hear about confession, it says, confess thy faults one to another. Then the other scripture said, confess to the Father. Right? It's two things. Right? It wasn't like, you know what? I just confessed to the Most High. He get it. It's between me and him. No, but you did this to somebody. Right? So now you got to go admit, hey, you know what? I did this wrong. Right? Go ahead.
And the priest shall make an atonement for him before the Lord, and it shall be forgiven him for anything of all that he hath done in trespassing therein. Verse 8.
Right.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, command Aaron and his sons.
Okay,
saying,
hold on one second. Yes, sir.
So this is what the example Christ was saying in Matthew 5 and 23.
Go ahead, read it.
Matthew chapter 5 and 23.
Uh-huh.
Therefore, if thou bring the gift to the altar, and there remember that thy brother hath aught against thee,
Right.
leave there the gift before the altar,
Right.
and go thy way. First be reconciled to thy brother,
Right.
then come and offer thy gift.
There you go.
That's where he's getting it from?
There you go. Same thing.
Concept.
Right? It's about two things here. Right? It's not, I'm going to just bring my gift to the altar. Bro, leave that right there. You go fix this.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Verse 8.
Uh-huh.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command Aaron and his son, saying, This is the law of the burnt offering. It is a burnt offering because of the burning upon the altar all night unto the morning. And the fire of the altar shall be burning in it. Verse 10. And the priest shall put on his linen garment, and his linen breeches shall he put upon his flesh, and take up the ashes which the fire hath consumed with the burnt offering on the altar. And he shall put them beside the altar. And he shall put off his garment, and put on another garment, and carry forth the ashes without the camp unto a clean place. And the fire upon the altar shall be burning in it. It shall not be put out. And the priest shall burn wood on it every morning, and lay the burnt offering in order upon it. And he shall burn thereon the fat of the peace offering. Verse 13. The fire shall ever be burning upon the altar. It shall never go out.
So, we talked about this before. We went to numbers on this, that it's a continual work that these priests were doing. This was 7 days a week, right? That this fire had to burn. Go ahead.
Verse 14. And this is the law of the meat offering. The sons.
So if you're taking good notes, if you're marking in your Bible, you can see 8th verse to the 13th verse was the burnt offering. 14 is going to switch over to the meat offering. Right? This is taking good notes. You got it in there. You have the street speaking. You can pull it to. You teaching somebody. You got to get your Bible set up so you can teach. Yeah.
I remember going over this reading one time, you pointed out in verse 10, where it says, and take up the ashes. Like God is cleansed, they show the cleanliness that our people follow. Like, so you can't be a Hebrew Israelite and I think that you can come with dirty garments, have a dirty room,
right?
Your car looks like you living in.
Oh yeah. Yeah. We gotta get on it, y'all. Like, we should already know that these priests were clean. That should not be an argument. You know, the temple wasn't looking like a meth house. You know what I mean? Serious, man. A lot of us don't know about cleanliness. You know what I mean? And I get it. We be busy. We be moving. But we got to have some organization and cleanliness. I'm going to say it again. For us that have kids, and you got 30 kids, there should be no reason that your house is dirty. No reason. They should have a schedule. They should have a system. And they should have their chores to make sure your environment's right. This is teaching them when they get in the temple, they know how to what? Clean up. They know how to clean the sanctuary. They know how to respect what we're doing. Go ahead.
Verse 14.
Uh-huh.
And this is the law of the meat offering. The sons of Aaron shall offer it before the Lord, before the altar. And he shall take it, and he shall take of it his handful of the flour of the meat offering, and of the oil thereof, and all which is upon the meat offering, and shall burn it upon the altar.
And for the ones that might not know, I know all of us know it, that we see that the definition of meat here is not cattle and lamb.
Right.
You know, the language of the scriptures is different than you think, right? Here, meat meant literally the flour and the frankincense and myrrh. As opposed to the naming before was the cattle and the lamb and all these things. So that's why we got to be careful with that. And really start looking up the words and say, okay, this is the way that it's worded in the scriptures. Go ahead.
Which is upon the meat offering, and shall burn it upon the altar for a sweet savor, even the memorial of it unto the Lord. And the reminder thereof shall Aaron and his sons eat. With unleavened bread shall it be eaten in the holy place, in the court of the tabernacle of the congregation. They shall eat it. Verse 17. It shall not be baked with leaven. I have given it unto them for their portion of my offering made by fire. It is most holy, as is the sin offering, and as the trespass offering. Verse 18. All the males among the children of Aaron shall eat of it. It shall be a statute forever in your generation concerning the offering of the Lord made by fire. Everyone that toucheth them shall be holy. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, This is the offering of Aaron and his sons, which they shall offer unto the Lord in the day when he is anointed. The 10th part of an ephah. Is it right?
Yeah.
The 10th,
Which we know that a 10th part of the ephah is a measurement. This is how much you're going to give to that. Go ahead.
Of fine flour for a meat offering perpetually. Half of it in the morning, and half thereof at night. In a pan it shall be made with oil, and when it is baked, thou shalt bring it in, and the baked pieces of the meat offering shalt thou offer for a sweet savor unto the Lord. Verse 22. And the priest of his sons that is anointed in his stead shall offer it. It is a statute forever unto the Lord. It shall be wholly burnt. For every meat offering for the priest shall be wholly burnt. It shall not be eaten. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto Aaron and to his sons, saying, This is the law of the sin offering. There's another change.
Yeah.
In the place where the burnt offering is killed, shall the sin offering be killed before the Lord. It is most holy.
That's it. Yep. Next, brother.
Natazach, Chanukah, Shabbat Shol, Yehovah, Banya, Shalom.
Natazak, Chanukah, Shabbat Shol, Yehovah, Ben Yashala. Imagine.
Yehovah Hashem, Yehovah Shah, Barakatum.
Yehovah Hashem, Yehovah Shah, Barakatum. Natazak, Chanukah, the conqueror. So like the conqueror some damn kingdom.
Right?
Okay, you're going to read down the verse, Leviticus 26 to 7 and 17. All right, go ahead.
Leviticus chapter 6 and verse 26. The priest that offered it for a sin shall eat it. In the holy place shall it be eaten. In the court of the tabernacle of the congregation. Whatsoever shall touch the flesh thereof shall be holy. And when there is sprinkled of the blood thereof upon any garment, thou shalt wash that whereon it was sprinkled in the holy place. But the earthen vessel, wherein it is sodden, shall be broken. And if it be sodden in a brassen pot, it shall be boiled, scored, and rinsed in water. All the males among the priests shall eat thereof. It is most holy. Verse 30. And no sin offering, whereof any of the blood is brought into the tabernacle of the congregation to reconcile, and the blood thereof shall be sprinkled round about upon the altar. And he shall offer of it all the fat thereof, the rump, and the fat that covereth the inwards, and the 2 kidneys, and the fat that is on them, which is by the flanks, and the caul that is above the liver. With the kidneys it shall he take away. And the priest shall burn them upon the altar for an offering made by fire unto the Most High. It is a trespass offering. Verse 6. Every male among the priests shall eat thereof. It shall be eaten in the holy place. It is most holy. As the sin offering is, so is the trespass offering. There is one law for them. The priest that maketh atonement therewith shall have it. And the priest that offereth any man's burnt offering, even the priest shall have to himself the skin of the burnt offering which he hath offered. And all the meat offering that is baked in the oven, and all that is dressed in the frying pan and in the pan, shall be the priest that offereth it. Verse 10. And every meat offering mingled with oil and dry shall all the sons of Aaron have, one as much as another.
Yeah, you see that? That's clear. They were eating that.
That was clear.
They were eating part of that. Well, this is what you're going to eat. This is what you're not going to eat. This is what you're going to burn to the Father. It's specific instructions that you weren't going to change. This was tradition. It's like every Sabbath we do what? We come in here. How many times have you been here? How many years you've been here? We constantly keep reading about the laws, statutes, commandments. It's what? Same thing over and over. It becomes what? Repetitive. Repetition. What? First nature, right? Yeah, it becomes first nature to where it's like, okay, I know where we going to. This links with Numbers. This links with Exodus. And next you know, you get better at, that's not lawful. You know what? The kids, by the time you see them, they be like this, right? Little minions, and then next you know, they be 16, 17, and 18. But how many classes of Sabbath they got? It'd be first nature where they're like, nope, that's unlawful. We don't supposed to eat that. Go ahead.
Verse 11. And this is the law of the sacrifice of peace offerings, which he shall offer unto the Most High. If he offer it for a thanksgiving, then he shall offer with the sacrifice of thanksgiving unleavened cakes mingled with oil, and unleavened wafers anointed with oil, and cakes mingled with oil of fine flour fried. Verse 13. Besides the cakes, he shall offer for his offering leavened bread with the sacrifice of thanksgiving of his peace offerings. And of it he shall offer one out of the whole oblation for an heave offering unto the Most High. And it shall be the priest that sprinkleth the blood of the peace offerings, and the flesh of the sacrifice of his peace offerings for thanksgiving shall be eaten the same day that it is offered. He shall not leave any of it until the morning. Verse 16. But if the sacrifice of his offering be a vow or a voluntary offering, it shall be eaten the same day that he offereth his sacrifice. And on the morrow also the remainder of it shall be eaten. Verse 17. But the remainder of the flesh of the sacrifice on the third day shall be burnt with fire.
All right. Yes, sir. Ash. Question? No. Okay. All right.
Ashariyah, Shabbat Shaw, Yahweh, Ban Yasharala.
Ashariyah, Shabbat Shaw, Yahweh, Ban Yashala. I mind you. Barak.
Yahweh Bahashim Yahweh Shai Brakatham.
Yahweh Bashim Yahweh Shai Barakatah.
All right, so you're going to be starting at Leviticus 7, Leviticus chapter 7, verses 18 through Leviticus chapter 8 and verse 1. So this is the fourth reader. He's going to Leviticus chapter 7, verse 18 through Leviticus chapter 7, verses 18 through chapter 18, chapter 8, verse 1. Excuse me. Tongue tied.
Leviticus chapter 7 and verse 18. And if any of the flesh of the sacrifice of his peace offering be eaten at all on the third day, it shall not be accepted, neither shall it be imputed unto him that offereth it. It shall be an abomination, and the soul that eateth of it shall bear his iniquity. And the flesh that toucheth any unclean thing shall not be eaten. It shall be burnt with fire, and as for the flesh, all that be clean shall eat thereof.
Right, because on verse 18, it says, if any of the flesh of the sacrifice of his peace offering be eaten at all on the third day, it shall not be accepted. Right? And the reason why, because when you read verse 16, it tells you that, but if the sacrifice of his offering be a vow or a voluntary offering, it shall be eaten the same day that he offered his sacrifice. And on the morrow, also the remainder of it shall be eaten. But then it says this, but the remainder of the flesh of the sacrifice on the third day shall be burnt with fire. So you're doing something outside of what's being told. So you're not following instructions. So because you're not following instructions, and you're trying to give your sacrifice according to the way you want to, the Most High like, okay, I'm not accepting it. And what do we, when you apply it to this character, right? Because you look at the law is spiritual, right? It gives instruction is to reprove the way of life. But then when you just look at it from the sense of, okay, how can I apply this now? Because I don't physically do any of these things, these offerings, right? I don't physically do them. But how can I apply this now in this time period? Because we don't have to do the animal sacrifice and things of that nature to atone for our sins. How we atone for our sins is renewing our minds, our character, and our giving to one another, right? So these are the ways that we renew. But how do I apply this now? Well, go to and this applies to all of us, right? Go to Ecclesiasticus 5 and 7. Because it told us to not eat it on the third day. So that means there was something that if this person did that or someone did that they were not being mindful of. So read that.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 5, verse 7.
Mm-hmm.
Make no tarry to turn to the Lord.
So they was tarrying. For that person that had tried to eat that food on the third day, right? They was tarrying. They was in tarrying is what? Taking your time. You said what? Putting off.
They were waiting.
They were waiting. Right? So they was like, they were looking at it like, oh, okay, the Lord gave me like 2 days. I think I get 2 days to just, get a chance to eat it. You know what I mean? I should be good. I should be good. The Lord ain't going to trip if I eat on that third day. He ain't going to trip. So you putting off from day to day. So in your mind, that person has been feeding themselves thoughts to tell themselves that I can do it on my time. Yeah. I can change when I please. I can become a new man when I want to. Right? I got grace. Right? The Lord got grace for me. So I'm good. I'm still breathing, walking, talking, jogging. Right? I can wake up 6 in the morning and do a workout. get my core right, so I'm good. But the Most High is like, he's saying, make no tearing to turn to the Lord. So when you have the opportunity to do something right, do it. The thought pops in your brain to do it, do it. Do it in that moment, right? A new habit you're trying to recreate. You want to build study habits? You know you have the space of time? Take advantage of that time that you have, right? You want to build communication with your children, a level of awareness with making sure that they're doing what they're supposed to be doing, but you're not just doing the surface level, like, you did your chores, okay, good, that's good.
Right.
But you're actually doing the investigation, and you, like, okay, let me go check this out. Let me go check out how he did it. You see that? A good act, going the extra mile. That's what's being said, right? So read on.
And put not off from day to day.
And that's the spirit. That's the spirit of that person that wasted time when the Lord told them, don't eat on that third day. It was supposed to be burnt. They wanted to slip in their own way, right? And that's that Romans 10:3, where you establish your own righteousness. You're trying to establish your own righteousness, but the Most High is showing us we got to do it in His way, to His standard, to His liking, right? Because that's the key, because that's who we want to please at the end of the day, the Most High. Read.
For suddenly shall the wrath of the Lord come forth.
Right. Because it's sudden, right? All of a sudden make a poor man rich, but the Most High can do what? Bring you high, bring you low. Right? He raised it up and he bring it right back down. Because promotion comes from him. Right? You can either graduate or you can fail the class. And you fail the class based off of you. Right? You can fail the Most High's test based off of you. You fail off of being a good husband based off of you. Right? Of being a good brother, being a good teacher, being a good guide, somebody I love you, just being a charitable person. Right? Just being you could fail based off of just you. When the Most High put that good thought in you and you don't act on it. You wait till the third day. Right? You put off. You put off because of what? Your flesh, your desire, your way. And then you do what? When you do it, you do it based off of what? Halfway. Right. Mediocre. Right? You did the first part, you asked. But you didn't do what? Investigation. Or you went in and you just blazed. But you didn't examine the whole matter. So you're doing things based off of you. And that's what we should be able to get from that, just even that portion right there. Because that's how we can apply it in this time, right? Because we're not physically doing those things and having to go to the physical altar, right? And put a sacrifice. But how can I really look at this? Well, dang, where am I tearing in my life? Where am I putting off from day to day in my life? Because suddenly the wrath of the Lord is going to come. And where does it come? Read.
And in thy security.
In your most secure place. I used to highlight the whole class. The places where you hide. The places where you're unknown. The places where people don't see you. When you're by yourself. Because that's what it is, right? I mean, we've been talking about it a lot recently amongst ourselves, but it's like we be around each other so much, and you be around, like brothers and sisters in Houston, they're around each other so much, Rochester, they're around each other so much, that Satan can't really he can't clash the unity. Because even if something goes on, we talk about it instantaneously, right? So he can't get that, but what can he get? Read it again.
And in thy security.
In your security. He can get you in your security, your comfort zone. When you're all alone. When you're by yourself and you got that demon that you're dealing with that you're not communicating about. That demon that you hide, you put them in your closet. Right? And that's what you got to stop putting off from day to day with. Because that's that spirit that's going to slow you down. And that's why this person's sacrifice couldn't be accepted. That's why that brother, that sister's sacrifice couldn't be accepted. Because they went to their security and they found security in their security. Which was what? We talked about a couple of them today. Like lying, the deceiving, the pride, right? The adultery, the fornication. That's where you find security. And the Most High catch you right in that place. You see that? So just be mindful. What else it say?
Thou shalt be destroyed.
That's where we be destroyed. And now what? That destruction is what the Most High don't accept you. He don't accept your offering. You see that? So come. But jump back.
Leviticus chapter 7 and verse 20. But the soul that eateth of the flesh of the sacrifice of peace offerings that pertain unto the Lord, having his uncleanness upon him, even that soul shall be cut off from his people.
Use that verse 19. 20. Okay, so he said, it shall not be accepted, neither shall it be imputed unto him that offereth it. It shall be an abomination, and the soul that eateth it shall bear his iniquity. So even the person that's offering it, right? Because wow, that's beautiful, because it's just about everything that we're talking about, right? Like about the watchman. So even the watchman, because the watchman should have been conscious enough that in the first day, that what? You let this person know, hey, you probably want to eat this right now. You want to knock this out right now. Right? Well, I got to go take care of it. Okay, make sure you come tomorrow. Make sure you come tomorrow. And then what? If time going by, the day going by, you're supposed to go check up on that person. Right? You're supposed to get some line of communication going with that person and see what's going on with them. So now this person has to bear his iniquity, because just like he put off from day to day, he let that spirit put it out from day to day, and he was doing the same thing. So the priest and the person that was supposed to be offering, get the offering, the peace offering, they're both putting off. So being that they both put off, the Most High, okay, both of you, I'm gonna put this sin on both of you, because you know to do good, but you didn't do it. But let's go to that. James 4:17, because this is what happened right here, right? So they both knowing what they're supposed to be doing, right? But one's the more mature individual. One's the priest, and the other one's the what? The pupil, right? And this is what's going on. Read.
James chapter 4 verse 17. Therefore to him that knoweth to do good.
So, and in this instance, they both know to do good, because otherwise he wouldn't know to come and do that, make that offering, that type of offering. You got to know to do good. Read.
And doeth it not.
The priest knew that, okay, I'm more mature in the spirit than this person. This person needs help. So he might drag from day to day. So I got to make sure, as a brother, I make sure that he what? Cleans his room. Right, stay on top of himself. He's cleaning his room. Right? Make sure the kids is cleaning the room. Making sure the kids do the chores. Making sure that everybody's, if you got a cooking list, you got a brothers and sisters house, right? You got everybody on the cooking list. Make sure everybody on the cooking list uphold their responsibility. Right? So our job is to do what? Make sure that we're on top of that. Make sure that we're on top of one another. And to him that knows to do good, read.
And doeth it not.
And when you don't do it, when you don't do your job as a brother, when you don't do your job as a sister, and make sure you communicating with one another, right? Or being upfront with one another, right? What does the Most High look at it as?
To him it is sin.
Why? Because you putting off from doing a good deed. Something you know that's good, and then the Most High put it in your spirit, right? Because you're like, sometimes my memory bad. Well, your memory bad. You got to do what? Act on it quick. You got to act on it quick, right? Or send a text message so that not only you know, the person that you got to communicate with knows. So then you're like, what you got to talk to me about again? What you want me to do again? Because it keeps you both accountable, because it helps, because your memory can sometimes slip. But when the Most High put it in your mind to do something right, jump on it, because you don't want it to slip past because of what? Lack of awareness, lack of care, lack of mindfulness, right? Because you're slothful, you're like, I got time. You don't want those things to catch up with you, because then things start piling up, and then it's like a ball of confusion, and then everything's disorganized. Read. But I still know. Yeah, jump back. So yeah, that person is bearing the iniquity. That went with verse 18. Yeah. So read verse 19.
Verse 19. And the flesh that toucheth any unclean thing shall not be eaten. It shall be burnt with fire. And as for the flesh, all that be clean shall eat thereof.
Right. Read on.
But the soul that eateth of the flesh of the sacrifice of peace offerings that pertain unto the Lord, having his uncleanness upon him, even that soul shall be cut off from his people. Moreover, the soul that shall touch any unclean thing, as the uncleanness of man, or unclean beast, or any abominable unclean thing, and eat of the flesh of the sacrifice of peace offerings, which pertain unto the Lord, even that soul shall be cut off from his people. Verse 22. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, saying, Ye shall eat no manner of fat, of ox, or of sheep, or of goat, and the fat of the beast that dieth of itself, and the fat of that which is torn with beasts may be used in any other use. But ye shall in no wise eat of it. For whosoever eateth the fat of the beast, of which man offered an offering made by fire unto the Lord, even the soul that eateth it.
Okay. So from verse 22 is transitioning, letting you know what you're not supposed to eat in these animals. Right, the fat. Right. Just to point that out. Because it was dope about that one, it makes a clear transition. And the Lord spake unto Moses saying. So that one's giving you an easy highlight to the transition and what it's telling you not to do. As far as what to not eat inside these animals. So read on. Where were you at?
25.
Yeah.
Verse 22. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, saying, Ye shall eat no manner of fat, of ox, or of sheep, or of goat, and the fat of the beast that dieth of itself, and the fat of that which is torn with beasts, may be used in any other use. But ye shall in no wise.
I actually want to look what's in the fat.
No roadkill right there.
Yeah. On that roadkill. They like to do that in the South. The South like to do that.
No running over with your horsepower.
Con. I want to actually look what's in the fat.
Go ahead, read out while he's looking that up.
Con.
Verse 25. For whosoever eateth the fat of the beast, or of which men offer an offering made by fire unto the Lord, even the soul that eateth it shall be cut off from his people. Moreover, ye shall eat no manner of blood, whether it be of fowl or of beast, in any of your dwellings. Whatsoever soul it be that eateth any manner of blood, even that soul shall be cut off from his people.
Right, and we talk about this a lot, but just to reiterate that we looked up the blood in the meat, right? It is technically still blood, right? Like if you go into the definition of it, it's still, right? You remember we looked it up? Yeah, it's still technically the blood, right? So when we say, oh, you got to cook your meat through, it can't be red, that stuff is still blood, right? It's a form of blood when it all breaks down, right? So you got to cook your meat. That medium rare when it's red, bro, you're not supposed to eat it like that. Who used to do that back in the world? The meat, yeah.
That was the only way to do it.
That was the only way to do it?
They would say,
but don't it taste like meat?
They would say, if you eat your steak, well done, you might as well get a burger. That's what Esau told us.
Oh, wow.
If you eat your steak, well done, you might as well have a burger.
I can it just seems like you eating, you be chewing just straight dead flesh. Yeah, I mean, we did strange things without the laws of the Most High, man. Nah, you never mess with that? Yeah, I grew up with the truth, so I never partook in that. You know what I mean? I knew, cook that boy all the way through. You know, so, but yeah, we learned that. Go ahead.
Verse 28. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, he that offereth the sacrifice of his peace offerings unto the Lord shall bring his oblation unto the Lord of the sacrifice of his peace offering.
Mm-hmm.
His own hand shall bring the offerings of the Lord made by fire.
Yeah, you're going to bring it yourself. Do me a favor, go take this up there. Nah, you weren't going to do it that way. Like, bruh, look at you. That's Israel, always trying to circumvent. Hey, you go get your sons. Son, take this over. See, the whole process is what? Humility. I'm coming before the altar. I'm getting up, right? Everything I'm doing is in a spirit of humility. Israel always wants to circumvent that. You know what I mean? They always want to circumvent all the essential things that will create certain elements in your mind and in your spirit. And that's why we got what we got nowadays. People not connected to the Father, not really caring. The love of what you're doing is not there. You know, one thing we had to remind the sisters during the garments, you know, and I know that was a new experience for a lot of people. That was a hell of an experience, but it was a good experience. But it wasn't just, you know, for the brothers who've been through to see sisters up that late, right? You're like, damn, dude. Like, I heard about it, but to actually see them, you're like, whoa, this is real, right? But just that experience is what they did, man. It wasn't about, hey, let me get my garment done, and then I'm disappearing. We reminded them it was about the experience of what you're doing with the sisters, the communication, the talk. Because when you're there at 3 o'clock in the morning doing the garment, you what? You're talking about, hey, yeah, so you went to school, what did you know, and what you did, and really, how'd you get the truth, and you know what? And you start building those relationships. If you took advantage. Now, if you got there and said, I just want to get this out of the way, then you weren't in the right spirit. You weren't in the right mind. So, if we take advantage of what the Most High has given us, we'll learn these humbling moments, what it's putting in us. Right? Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
The fat with the breast, it shall he bring, that the breast may be weighed.
What verse are you at?
Verse 30.
Mm-hmm. Uh-huh.
It shall he bring, that the breast may be weighed for a wave offering before the Lord. Verse 31. And the priest shall burn the fat upon the altar, but the breast shall be Aaron's and his sons. Mm-hmm. And the right shoulder shall you give unto the priest for a heave offering.
You're seeing in here, you know, we don't bring it out a lot. But the Most High is always looking out for the priest, right? Don't panic. The Most High will take care of you. You know what I mean? The Most High is always thinking about you. You know, a lot of people think, well, when I sacrifice and I give up, then what's going to be given back? Most High moves things. You know what I mean? It might not be that 401 million that's in that lotto. It might not be that lottery, but hey, the Most High moves things. You know what I mean? Go ahead.
Verse 31. And the priest shall burn the fat upon the altar, but the breast shall be Aaron's and his sons.
Mm-hmm.
And the right shoulder shall ye give unto the priest for an heave offering of the sacrifices of their peace offerings. He among the sons of Aaron that offereth the blood of the peace offerings and the fat shall have the right shoulder for his part. For the wave breast and the heave shoulder have I taken of the children of Israel from off the sacrifices of their peace offerings, and have given them unto Aaron the priest and unto his sons by a statute forever from among the children of Israel. Verse 35. This is the portion of the anointing of Aaron and of the anointing of his sons out of the offerings of the Lord made by fire in the day when he presented them to minister unto the Lord in the priest's office, which the Lord commanded to be given them of the children of Israel in the day that he anointed them, by a statute forever throughout their generations. This is the law of the burnt offering, of the meat offering, and of the sin offering, and of the trespass offering, and of the consecration, and of the sacrifice of the peace offerings, which the Lord commanded Moses in Mount Sinai, in the day that he commanded the children of Israel to offer their oblations unto the Lord in the wilderness of Sinai. Leviticus chapter 8, verse 1. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying,
Yeah, that's it. Next one.
What did he say?
Shabbat Shor Yahawah Bon Yasharala. Yahweh Shem Yahushua Brakatham.
Yahweh Shem Yahushua Brakatham.
You're going to read to verse 23. Yeah.
Leviticus chapter 8 and verse 2. Take Aaron and his sons with him, and the garments and the anointing oil, and a bullock for the sin offering, and 2 rams, and a basket of unleavened bread. And gather thou all thy congregation together unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And Moses did as the Most High commanded him, and the assembly was gathered together unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And Moses said unto the congregation, This is the thing which the Most High commanded to be done. And Moses brought Aaron and his sons, and washed them with water. And he put upon him.
Right. Remember, this washing of the water was obvious, right? It wasn't, when you say it wasn't written in the law, like, this was a constant theme in the law, to be clean, right? So that's what it meant. We know the washing of the water is the word. Everything in the law that was carnal was supposed to be spiritual through Yahweh Shai. So a lot of people ask, well, why don't you wash with water? Christ himself, John himself says what? There's something greater than me that's going to come. Right? So the water itself isn't me being born again. Right? Paul came back and said what? Yahweh Shai sent me not to baptize. Think about it. If baptism was an equation, he would not have said that. He would not have said, yeah, Yahweh Shai didn't send me to come do that. So what he did was put things in perspective. It's not about baptism. Peter came back and said the same thing. Not to put in the way of the filth of the flesh, right? Not the washing of the water, but a renewed, a right conscience. So just to show us that this was always in the law about washing yourself. Right? Go ahead.
Verse 7. Leviticus chapter 8, verse 7. And he put upon him the coat, and girded him with the girdle, and clothed him with the robe, and put upon the ephod upon him, and girded him with the curious girdle of the ephod, and bound it upon him therewith. And he put the breastplate upon him. Also he put in the breastplate the Urim and the Thummim, and he put the mitre upon his head. Also upon the mitre, even upon his forefront, did he put the golden plate, the holy crown, as the Most High commanded Moses. And Moses took the anointing oil and anointed the tabernacle and all that was therein, and sanctified them. Verse 11. And he sprinkled thereof upon the altar 7 times, and anointed the altar and all his vessels.
Right, like even the anointing. Like when we do the anointing, we got to put these in perspective to show brothers that was symbolic. There was Yahweh Shai is going to anoint you. The Spirit is going to anoint you. All we're doing is a prayer. Right? So we get caught up into the carnal and not understand it's spiritual. Not saying we don't do it, but you know, it's not about the carnal. Go ahead.
And anointed the altar and all his vessels.
Yeah.
Both the laver and his foot, to sanctify them. And he poured of the anointing oil upon Aaron's head, and anointed him to sanctify him. And Moses brought Aaron's sons, and put coats upon them, and girded them with the girdle, and girded them with girdle, and put bonnets upon them, as the Most High commanded Moses. And he brought all the bullock for the sin offering. And Aaron and his sons laid their hands upon the sin offering.
Mm-hmm.
And he slew it. And Moses took the blood and put it upon the horns of the altar round about with his finger. And purified the altar, and poured the blood at the bottom of the altar, and sanctified it, to make reconciliation upon it. Verse 16. And he took all the fat that was upon the inwards and the caul above the liver, and the 2 kidneys and their fat, and Moses burned it upon the altar. Verse 17. But the bullock and his hide, his flesh and his dung, he burnt with fire without the camp, as the Most High commanded Moses. And he burnt the ram for the burnt offering.
Yeah, when you really look at it, you look at everything from just him reading about the apparel, it's literally showing you like somebody grab it with Deuteronomy 7:6. This is literally what we're being shown about ourselves and what manner and what standard, what character, like how high level of a difference is supposed to be from us to the nations. Read.
Deuteronomy chapter 7 verse 6. For thou art a holy people.
And we remember that word holy is like set apart, right? You're different. And then we read and we hear these words: anointed, sanctified. What's the other one? It's anointed, sanctified, holy. Those three words. All those things is about being clean and being different. Being clean and being different. And that's what everything the Most High was showing us about how to be clean and how to care about those things and be different within doing it. And that cleanliness being what? We know hygienic, right? But that's important. But then also in the mind. And that's why you see him, he's separating the clean from the unclean. When you look at these animals, he's taking out the fat, he's taking out the gall, the liver, he's taking out all these things and he's burning these things. Because these things are what? Unuseful. They're unuseful. And that's what we're doing with ourselves. We separate the clean and the unclean because a lot of the things that our thoughts, our vain opinion, our vain logic, and how we want to do things, the standard we want to do things, at the time we want to do things, is what? It's unprofitable. Because what does it create? Confusion and chaos. Right? Disruption. And that's what the Most High is showing us in these chapters. How to separate the clean from the unclean within ourselves. You see that? And we're learning how to separate all that gall, that liver, all that fat, because all those things, it keeps pride there. Right? When you hold on to it, like we was reading earlier, right? The security. You find security in what? The woman. You find security in the job. You find security in the ego, the pride. I got a college degree, right? I was somebody in the world, right? I was a ranking officer in the army, right? Whatever you used to do in the world that you felt gratified in. Those are the things that's unprofitable, right? Now, those skills that you come with are useful, but they're unprofitable if you don't come with the right mind. And that's what the Most High wants. He wants that clear heart. And he wants you to see that. I want every aspect of you to be set apart. Why do you think they wrote right now the priest's garments? Right? I want everything about you to be different, because if you're doing this in the right way, right? If you're doing this truth and you're serving the Most High in the right spirit, the right mind, you'll see the importance of the apparel. Right? You'll see the importance of the beard. You'll see the importance of the hair. You'll see the importance of the dress, the head wrap, the significance of it, right? Because those things build character. If you're looking at it from a spiritual outlook, right? Those things build character, and it builds a mindset and diligence. It builds a certain level of diligence. What you want to say, Aaron?
In my somewhat affiliation with the military, they have this saying when it comes to their uniform, right? They call it dress, right, dress, right? What that means is your crease is center mass to your thigh, down to your leg. No, sir.
Okay. He said semi.
Okay.
He's like, okay.
And so all your creases have to be at a certain point. Your collar has to be at a certain degree. Your name tag has to be straight. Your shoes got to be shined. Everything has to be in a proper way to where what it was teaching you, what I understood, what it was teaching you was care. Right? What it was teaching was devotion, right? Because it took time for you to establish having that crease center mass. It took time. It dedication. It took you wanting to care. It took you wanting to have it there.
The process.
So you can go through the process so you know you can pass the test. So when it comes your turn to be examined, brothers, dress right, dress. So.
No, that's right on point. And that's what the Most High is doing. He wants you to dress right, dress. He wants you to be right on point. And you was reading verse 16 on the card?
I was at verse 18.
He was at verse 18. Oh. But, well, you're looking at all the different things that he was burning on that altar. The fat, the caul, the liver. It was all those disgusting parts that was in the inside. And the kidneys, he says the tongue. But the key part in verse 17, he says, burn with fire without the camp. So that means he don't want it around the people.
Right.
He don't want it amongst the body. And you should be looking at the things that's in you, and you should be like, damn, this part of me is filthy. I can spread this virus to somebody. You should want that without the body. But how do you get that out of you? How do you get that out of you? Think about just today, the direction the class has been going. How do you get that out of you? What happened? Yeah. Yeah, you gotta raise your hand. Soldier, man.
Confess, and speak one to another.
Right, because you're casting it out. First thing you're doing right there is you're exposing the demon. And you let them know, hey, you at the, what they say, the AA meeting? Hey, I'm such and such. And I deal with masturbation, I deal with lying, I deal with deceptiveness, and I deal with this. And I need help. Right, you said, hey, I'm an abuser, right? A whoremonger, and a drunkard. Hey, I need help. That's you casting out. That's without the camp. You're trying to get rid of those things because you realize it's a virus. It's cancerous, and it can affect your whole experience in the truth. Because you'll do what? It's go to 2 Timothy 3 and 13. You done with that? Go ahead.
2 Timothy chapter 3 verse 13. But evil men and seducers shall wax.
It'll turn you into that though, because you hide it in a corner, and it's directed. It's subconsciously, because in your mind you're telling yourself consciously that, oh, I'm done with this spirit, I'm over it. But you haven't really done the first step. You haven't confessed it. You haven't cast it out. You haven't exposed it. You're skipping the steps. And the Most High is like, this is what it can turn you into if you keep playing with it. If you keep playing with that spirit and you're not putting it without, you're not casting that spirit out. Read.
Shall wax worse and worse.
Because it's going to become stronger and stronger because you don't know how to fight it. Because you don't even realize that it's entangled in your natural conversation. You don't realize that spirit's entangled in your natural conversation and that you have to eradicate it. And the Most High wants you to eradicate it. Read.
Deceiving and being deceived.
But you'll get to this point where you'll start deceiving. And then you'll start being deceived yourself. Because the spirit itself is deceiving you. That demon itself is deceiving you, right? Tricking you into thinking you're strong enough to deal with it by yourself. But then now you go around just deceiving the people around you. Right? Doing one thing in person, in front of people, but then what? When you're in secret by yourself, you live in a false life, right? You're living in a false reality, right? Making it seem like you're righteous, but then what? What are you doing? Doing something opposite to what the Most High would like you to be doing. Unrighteous deeds, darkness, right? You want to creep at night, drive in the car, take a stroll, go link up with the old friend, go link up with the old chick, right? You want to sneak around. But those things is what? Going to make you wax worse and worse. And you don't want that because the time is short. But the Most High is basically showing us, just jumping back to you done with that. Just jumping back to the reading, he's showing you that that's why you got to get rid of all the things that's in you. And you got to vomit it up, and you got to make sure you do everything you can to make sure that those things are not needed. Don't make no provisions for the flesh. So just wanted to point that out. Question? He said, the packages of meat that we buy, are we supposed to drain the blood into our kitchen sinks or on our yard?
You could drain it in your sink. You just got to wash it. That's what we're talking about. Just wash the meat. Right? Yeah, you don't have to remember, if you do it through the sink, it's going out of the house. So you don't have to do it like the 1300s. You know what I mean? I mean, you don't. I'm not trying to be funny, but you don't have to take it outside and you just wash it. That's what the Most High wanted. All right, let's go back.
I just want to say, I like the way the brother brought it out. It was really eloquent because a lot of times we read the law and we look into the letter of it, so we'll just follow it robotically, but this was all symbolic to how we were supposed to change and follow, how we were supposed to think. Like in Deuteronomy 4, where it says, this will be our wisdom in the sight of the nations. It wasn't because of the carnalistic things. It was how we dealt. We dealt in a clean manner. We dealt in a pure manner. We dealt in a set-apart manner. Not just because of the letter of it, but where our thinking came from. Yeah, that was beautiful the way you brought it up.
Yeah, and it just what you made me think about. Just on what you were saying. What you made me think about was
not looking at it for the letter, but it's like when it says the law is a lamp, improves of correction, instruction of life, but it teaches you that just balance. It teaches you how to be just in everything that you're doing, a just weight, just love, a just kindness, right? A just correction. You know how to do things in balance because you're not just looking at it for the letter, but you're trying to grasp the sense of what the Father's giving us. You're trying to grasp the sense of the standard. Well, why? Because think about it. People in the world, they eating kidneys, they eating livers, right? They doing those type of weird things. They're like, well, why we can't do that? Obviously, these things are blood. I don't know why people want to eat that anyways. But just to sit there and understand it, because there's people in the world that literally don't understand what's wrong with that. So just you sitting there and trying to grasp that understanding, you'll be able to give it to somebody else in this most sensible fashion because you're studying it. Right? That's what we've been talking about lately, right? Just studying. And but you saying it makes you think about that, like just being able to grasp the sense of things because you'll learn how to like not be over righteous. But then not even diminish the things that you're supposed to be righteous in.
You will not be over righteous, nor will you be over wicked. Right.
Yeah.
Very important because we're talking about the things. I mean, if y'all paying attention, we're saying keep the law, but keep them in the spirit as well. Like, don't just keep it through the carnal, outward thing. Keep it in the inward. That's most important. So, hopefully that ain't been missed. That we're saying keep the law, like, the whole time. All right, come on. Yeah.
I have a question
Yeah.
concerning the fat.
Yeah.
Chapter 7, verse 22. Is it just for the sacrifice, according to verse 25, where it says, for whosoever eateth the fat of the beast, of which men offer an offering made by fire unto the Lord, even the soul that eateth it shall be cut off from his people. So is it just the fat of the sacrifice, or is it the fat of all the animals?
No, we weren't supposed to be eating fat at all. Yeah, verse what?
23.
Read verse 23.
Verse 23.
Speak
Speak unto the children of Israel, saying, ye shall eat no manner of fat.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, it's saying don't eat it at all.
Okay.
Not just because it was for the sacrifice. You were supposed to eat it like blood. That was for the sacrifice, but you weren't supposed to eat that at all. You'd be cut off, right? I mean, yeah. No fat. All right, go ahead.
Leviticus chapter 8 and verse 18.
Mm-hmm.
And he brought the ram for the burnt offering. And Aaron and his sons laid their hands upon the head of the ram. And he killed it. And Moses sprinkled the blood upon the altar round about. And he cut the ram into pieces. And Moses burnt the head and the pieces and the back.
What verse you at?
Verse 20.
Mm-hmm.
Verse 21. And he washed the inwards and the legs in water. And Moses burnt the whole ram upon the altar. It was a burnt sacrifice for a sweet savor, and an offering made by fire unto the Most High, as the Most High commanded Moses. Leviticus chapter 8 and verse 22. And he brought the other ram, the ram of consecration. And Aaron and his sons laid their hands upon the head of the ram, and he slew it. And Moses took up the blood of it and put it upon the tip of Aaron's right ear.
and upon the right thumb of his right hand, and upon the great toe of his right foot.
Mm-hmm.
And he brought Aaron's sons, and Moses put...
Like, when you look at that, though, why? Yahweh, why? You gonna follow. Everything ain't gotta be explained. Well, why on his right toe, huh? Show me in the scriptures why. Show me. A lot of things were like, are you gonna do it? You know what I mean? And then it was a form of what? Consecration, right? Okay, commitment, dedication, right? But you rarely read about the toe edification. You can go through the gospel and be like, what it mean for the toe? Why the blood got to be on the toe? But a lot of these were just, you're going to follow what I'm saying, right? Stop trying to overthink it, right? Just do what the Most High said. Huh? Right. So what do I learn from doing what the Most High said? Because how do I get spiritual if I don't understand? Well, the understanding is that you were supposed to be humble, to follow, and be faithful. So you are learning something to be spiritual in that. Yeah, obedience is better than sacrifice. You know, everything don't gotta be, well, show me in the Bible 15 scriptures or another scripture that goes with the toe, the blood on the toe. Right? You'd be like, bro, the Most High said, do it. And that's what they did. What is the symbolic meaning of that? Most High said, do it. That's it. You see, like everything ain't going to be explained away to you. A lot of things are followed. But majority of the things are what? Edified. Right. So you can't say, well, nothing's not edified. See, the Most High is teaching you, but he's also teaching you how to be faithful and do the will of the Most High. Right? Without always questioning everything. Right? Go ahead.
Verse 24. And he brought Aaron's sons, and Moses put of the blood upon the tip of their right ear, and upon the thumbs of their right hands, and upon the great toes of their right feet. And Moses sprinkled the blood upon the altar round about. And he took the fat and the rump, and all the fat that was upon the inwards.
Here, go to Ecclesiastes 8 and 5. Just, I was thinking about what you were saying. Teeth. Yeah, the Bible. 8 and 5. This one, because I was saying about why this, why that, why follow that. You know, first and foremost, this is what the result of that is going to bring. Read.
Ecclesiastes chapter 8 verse 5. Whoso keepeth the commandment shall feel no evil thing.
That's what it's going to do. When you follow, preservation's there. When you keeping the commandments, that's what we're doing. We're reading the law. We're reading all the meticulous things that they had to do. And the things that you might be reading it when you first read it, or when you first start coming around the truth. And you're like, what? They had to do that? The right shoulder, dip that on his toe, and you're like, what? But the Most High kept you safe in that because he seen the humility in you. He seen the sincerity, like y'all saying, you said the contrite heart, the sincerity, the desire for righteousness in you, because you're listening. He's like, I can deal with somebody that listens. And you're not going to feel no evil thing because why? You're affirmed in what the Most High is telling you to do. And you believe that he's going to keep you safe. And he therefore doesn't. So you're not going to feel that evil thing. I think that's not to say nothing's going to happen. But when you stay strong to the following and keeping the instruction and sticking to the commandments, not just in the letter, but the spirit, the Most High, he'll make sure you don't feel no evil thing. So pain will come your way, right? He'll hit you for a second, but then what will happen? You'll be able to get over it. Because you'll know how to process the emotion. Yeah. You'll know how to process the issue without what? The worldly emotion. But that ain't fair. Why y'all want to do that? I ain't had to go through none of that. Why? But you can't deem how the Most High wants you to grow. You can't put you can't write a blueprint on you can't write a blueprint on what experience the Most High is going to give you for you to recognize your demons are destructive.
And if you don't know that, if you don't understand that about the Father, about your daddy, that is not what you feel, you don't understand the truth. Nothing ever goes your way. Ever. Like, why? First of all, it's like the kids. When you tell them, oh, I need this, we need to get this cleaned up, they're like, they can come with 1,000 whys. Why? Why do we need to do it now? Could we do it later? Right? Does it need to be cleaned at this time? It looks already clean. I'm like, right? They come with that logic. That's what we do, right? Yahweh, I need this now. He's like, no, you don't. Right? Oh, I do. I need to be relieved now. Nope, you haven't learned the lesson. Right? And that's where Paul said, canst thou kick against the prince? You can't kick against the master of the universe. You just gotta what? Damn, why am I here in this situation? Why? What I tell you, what the scripture say? Am I being punished? Or is the Most High refining me through something? A lot of times, majority of the times, is what? You done did something wicked and it's coming right back to you. You started a flame of fire. That's how Israel do, right? You start a whole blazing fire, then you run in the truth, and you throw in your garment, and you're like, whoa, hey, shalom. And the fire is coming right behind you, and then you thought, what? That fire won't go down, catch up to you. You know what I mean? Baby mama drama, 4 or 5 baby mamas. You know what I mean? 4 or 5 child supports. You're like, you know what I mean? You don't know how to talk to this person at job. No, I'm not messing with, and you're belligerent over here. And then you come in the truth and you realize, damn, I ain't been applying to none right, but I got my garments on, I got my beard. It's all going to be right now, right? Nah. It ain't going to be all right. So why? Punishment or refinement. And when we learn that, then we what? We understand either you deserve it or you deserve it. or you're like, okay, I deserve the ass whooping. Yahweh knows best. Or Yahweh's showing me something. Either way, you go shut up and be humble, because you cannot. You can't. What is it? Your hand's too short to box with God. Right? Your hand's too short to box with God. And when you learn that, things roll smoother. Because in your trial, you don't get frustrated. Like this back thing, my back's barely a year later getting a little bit better, hopefully. Right? But it was all about, are you going to snap? You like to move. You like to be there. And it's like, the brother was telling me, is like, the Most High was slowing you down. You need to take a rest. And I'm like, I was telling Ice the other day, I'm like, yeah, but the thing is that I got to show everybody I'm still right there with them. And he's like, yeah, I understand, but the Most High is slowing you down. You know what I mean? And that's what it means. Like, we got to snap into what the Most High is doing, as opposed to fighting against what the Father is doing. Right? And that's what it is. Whether you believe that or not, you will understand. Right? Sooner or later.
Go ahead, finish.
Oh,
My bad.
Oh, can I?
My bad. Go ahead.
In a wise man's heart discerneth both time and
No,
judgment.
read it from the top again.
Whoso keepeth the commandment shall feel no evil thing.
Right, but when you're in that mind where you're trying to box with God, you're going to feel all the evil things because you're going to take everything personal. You're going to take everything personal, and you're not going to be able to take anything according with that pure mind. Right? Unto the pure, all things are pure. You're not going to take any experience pure, whether it be the check or the check for the punishment, because you don't want to take the accountability, or just the Most High bring you through a trial to make you stronger. And it's either way. If you're not tapping into this spirit and saying, I'm going to just follow, then what's going to happen? You're going to take everything bad. But this person that's here, they're locking in. They're locking into this no, they like feeling anything evil because they're like, okay, the Most High is bringing me through it. I got to just go through this. I got to deal with this rib. I got to deal with these children. I got to deal with this job. I got to deal with this boss. I got to deal with this lack of mature. I got to deal with this immature person. right? Because why? I need this experience because this is highlighting something that's in me already.
First of all, you called all that to you anyway. You called that rib to you. You chose that woman. You chose to bring those kids forth. So why would you say, hey, this is what I wanted? Now that I got it, why am I acting like I don't want it? Right? Because you're ungrateful. You everything now is a punishment and this. No, remember, you created all these things for you. You understand? You called it to you. And now that you called it to you, you don't want to assume responsibility, and that's what we need to shake off of us. Right? God. So having a responsibility, Yahweh's, He's blessed you with it, and then grow with the experiences. I think that's the point you're making. Grow with it as opposed to letting it break you down. Right?
Yeah. No.
Go ahead, read it. Huh?
In a wise man's heart discerneth both time and judgment.
And you're looking at the experiences for what they are. You're looking at the experience for what it is and what it's going to breed out of you. And that's what you should be seeking. You should always be conscious and aware because the Most High is going to give you something to grow. He's going to give you some experience, going to give you to grow. Whether it's the tech or the literal just experience.
The sad thing is that, and why you go through the Groundhog Day loop, is when you don't learn from what's happening. Why? I watch brothers and sisters all the time. I watch myself all the time. I'm a little bit more aware, like, wait a minute, this is happening. Oh, I learned from it last time. Why is the Most High showing me again? Or you did learn from it, and Satan's yelling, see, let's see if you learn from it, right? And then you just show and prove, like, yeah, I got you, Satan, that ain't working again. Right? So we got to see that all these things are experiences, man, to make us better. Not for you to pop pills and then zone out of life. That's America. You can't they're not spiritual people. So you what? I got to pop pills and I'm going to zone out. I can't even think about it. Rib, no kids, no life. Nah, bro, we getting stronger. We're getting more refined. But with the sword, with the helmet, with the shield. Right? We're armoring up. While everybody else is damn mentally breaking down, running into the Walmarts, running into the banks. We're like, look, we're ready for this. Right? So what do? He's refining us with the unity. Right? We're not snapping once we get offended. So that way, when you're among brothers and you practice that already, the guy in the car that cut you off, you're not running out the car, cursing them out, and then they turning around, shooting from the car, like it's a movie. You're like, yeah, people got spirits, and you keep it rolling. All these experiences are refining us and making us better, while the world is damn losing their minds. Right? They're going crazy out there, y'all. And this is what we know was written that would happen. Right? So while the land is becoming barren of faith, what has happened in our faith? It's getting stronger. Though it says the wise shall be right? We're super saiyan, right? We're turning up. We're locking more in the spirit. See, so what did I say for Sabbath class yesterday? How many of y'all in the truth has still got anxiety? You're a sad puppy. You're a sad puppy because this ain't working for you. You're wasting your time. You should ask yourself why. How many of y'all are what? The scriptures go out and then what? Hit a wall. I don't understand. How you 40 and you don't understand? You 30 and you don't get it. I just don't see it. Okay. You're going to be a statistic. You'll be a statistic. Right? How many of us are still venting through the wrong way instead of facing the east and praying, getting on your knees, trusting in the Most High? This is what the righteous are increasing in, and the wicked, they shall rack worse and worse. Y'all see this? So it's beautiful, man, to be in this time, but it's even more beautiful to have your eyes open, to be clear about what's happening, and not be demented and lost and confused about what is going on in the world. Right? Right? Okay, all right, so let's jump back now. You good?
Yeah.
That was yours?
Oh. 25. You read over. You said 8 and 25, right? Yes, sir. Leviticus chapter 8 verse 25. And he took the fat and the rump and all the fat that was upon the inwards and the caul above the liver and the 2 kidneys and their fat and the right shoulder, and out of the basket of unleavened bread that was before the Lord, he took 1 unleavened cake and a cake of oiled bread and 1 wafer, and put them on the fat and upon the right shoulder. And he put all upon Aaron's hands and upon his son's hands, and waved them for a wave offering before the Lord. And Moses took them from off their hands and burnt them on the altar upon the burnt offering. They were consecrations for a sweet savor. It is an offering made by fire unto the Lord. And Moses took the breast and waved it for a wave offering before the Lord. For of the ram of consecration, it was Moses' part, as the Lord commanded Moses. And Moses took of the anointing oil and of the blood which was upon the altar, and sprinkled it upon Aaron, and upon his garments, and upon his sons, and upon his sons' sons, and upon his sons' sons' garments with him, and sanctified Aaron, and his garments, and his sons' sons' garments with him. And Moses said unto Aaron and to his sons, boil the flesh at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation.
Let me say this. His sons and his sons' sons. Now, are you bringing your sons along? We can fix all the things that our fathers didn't do. All right? I'm not sitting around the victim. Stop being the damn victim. Right? Well, my dad didn't play with me in the park. My son's not getting that either. Right? You don't have to play the victim. Right? What is it that your fathers, the standard they didn't fulfill to? Well, we have the wisdom now to what? Start doing it. You know what I mean? But we need to pay attention and be aware. Right? All you got to do is the opposite of how you were treated, right? And go and do what the Most High wants us to do in raising our sons. And show our kids the value of a stable, emotional mindset. Right? Why the wisdom works. That's what we got to show these kids. The wisdom works. The world will have your ass running in Walmart shooting up everybody. Y'all think it's a joke. It ain't funny no more. Bro, it's every other day now. Walmart, bank. I'm going to shoot up a kid's school. I'm going to go in and stab up a few kids. Why? Just a spirit came to them and they woke up that day to do what? Go get an AR and shoot everybody. Because they're not mentally, spiritually stable. So we got to bring our kids along. And remember, sisters, the balance of the house is they need the father. Remember, husbands, they need the mother. They need that. So instead of always ready to abandon ship and break up these homes, and I know there's a lot of dynamics that go with that, but how do we keep these homes together? For the sake of the kids. Right? Y'all get what I mean. I'm not saying deal with abuse, deal with drug addicts, you know what I mean, deal with these things. But how do we keep this together? Right? Because the kids need that balance. They need that. The boys need the balance of the mama and the father. Y'all get this? So this is how our kids, our boys are going to be brought up so they can know, hey, this is how you bring up your generation. Right? Give a damn. care, invest in them. Use the wisdom of the Most High and bring them along with you to the kingdom of the Most High. If not, your generation are going to be ashes. They're going to be ashes. Yahweh's going to burn them up. Yeah.
It's beautiful what you're saying, because the scripture in Leviticus chapter 5, right, it says, if we be guilty,
Right.
But we're walking around believing that we're not guilty.
Right.
We're walking around not taking accountability.
Right.
And what you're saying is basically taking accountability, taking the oversight, right, foreseeing the evil.
Right.
Right? Making the plans to correct. Right? But if we don't realize that we haven't taken the oversight,
right,
we haven't made plans to correct, right? If we haven't foreseen the evil, right? How can we grow? How can we say?
What are you going to teach your kids?
Exactly.
You're going to teach them the spirit of how do you say it? Being unaccountable, right? And which is what? All the things you lacked in, you're going to feed that to them. Yeah, right on point.
Because you're not realizing that you're guilty of this. You're not realizing that this is where you fell short. This is where you haven't been built up yourself, so you can't build up your children. You can't build up your son. You can't build up your daughter because you first haven't realized where you're guilty at.
Amen, brother.
And then we have to confess it.
That's the realest. That's the realest stuff you ever spoke in the studio. Listen, for real though, because you got to learn that. When you get older, you grow up, you start saying, wait a minute, man. Enough's enough. I got to take some accountability. So, this is how we're going to get our kids like Aaron's kids and kids to follow, right? All right, come on. Read.
Verse 31.
Mm-hmm.
Verse 32.
Uh-huh.
And that which remaineth of the flesh and of the bread,
right,
shall ye burn with fire.
Mm-hmm.
And ye shall not go out of the door of the tabernacle of the congregation in 7 days, until the days of your consecration be at an end. For 7 days shall he consecrate you, as he had done this day.
Are y'all seeing this? So please don't come with, this is not necessary to be a priest. Bro, there was always a consecration. Stop with making things up. You want to make it so easy on yourself. You don't want no accountability. Like, no, that's not how they chose priests. You thought nation of kings and priests meant what? You could be all willy-nilly with this. There's got to be a consecration, huh? So what do? We have what? A test? Right? We have a what? A commitment. The same way in the scriptures. Right? So there is a congregation. How about we lock you up for 7 days? Huh? Well, let's do it like the law. All right, we'll do it like the law then. We'll lock your ass up for 7 days and you can't leave. Right? See, Israel be so mentally distraught. They're constantly trying to look for a way out of it. So, all you law keepers, huh? You so right in the law? Why you ain't crying for that? Bro, you're supposed to be locking us up for 7 days and consecrating us to the Lord. Nobody's crying for that one, right? You want to cry for the things that you feel is easy. Let's cry for the whole law, right? But going back is that there is a consecration. There is we were just talking about it before we got online. Like, you can't just throw a brother in a position and say, oh, you know what? You got a good smile. You got zeal. Let's make you a priest. All these schools that do that, you see, they gone. They diminish. And then they usually hurt more than build. So we got to be careful with that. All right? So there was a consecration. Go ahead.
Verse 34.
And y'all know what consecration is, right? Okay, see? Well, you gotta say that. We over here, we know what it means. Let's look it up. See? I'm glad you said that. Let's look up consecration. Consecration. Go ahead.
Consecration. The act or ceremony of separating from a common to a sacred use.
Check that out. How are you separating from a common Negro to a sacred Israelite? Once again, you got to put off the old man to put on the new. Why do you think we stress the Timothys? A bishop must be first trying and aspiring to step up to those qualities. That's the consecration, right? The act of dedicating something to the Most High, sanctifying it and making it holy. See, that's what consecration is. You know, they showing the Catholic Church up there. You ain't consecrating nothing. Touching all those boys over there. Right? That's not consecrating them. See, y'all got to understand, but what did they do? They put any priest up in there, didn't know his pedigree, didn't know he was a pedophile. Did y'all see that certain, that new priest they got? Bro, they went through the whole church and start breaking everybody down. Like, yeah, he's a pedophile. This guy, I see, this is on the news. And I'm like, what the front? And they all they do is what? Molesting these kids. Molesting the girls. They was just having sex with boys, with girls. It was damn crazy. Why do you think you got to go through the process? You put the brother up there and he still got lust problems. He what? He banging everything in the church. You see, all he's doing is about money. He's robbing the church. He's still got the problem with what? Envy and jealousy. It's like, y'all gotta see these things to consecrate. That's why I said you were gonna first walk with them. Yahweh Shai walk with Judas and let Judas reveal himself. Right? You see? And then all those things start revealing themselves. The thing about Judas, he cast himself out. You see that? So we gotta understand that there is the Most High a time where we gotta be clear. Like, I'm dirty right now. All I gotta do is sit down and listen and get it right. But it goes back to what you're saying, accountability, right? Okay, go ahead. Or rather, the word was saying, we're all getting that from the topic today, accountability. Come on, let's finish this up. Yeah.
Verse 34.
Mm-hmm.
As he had done this day,
right?
So the Lord had commanded to do, to make an atonement for you.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore shall ye abide at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation,
mm-hmm.
day and night, 7 days. And
I'm going to shoot that to Quatazap as I like, all right, this is the consecration. We've been doing it wrong all along, guy. We're going to do it according to the law. What do you mean, huh? 7 days in the sanctuary, guy. Huh? You can only look out the door, brother. It's beautiful, man. It's funny, but serious. Go ahead.
And keep the charge of the Lord.
Right?
That ye die not.
Yeah. Yeah, you step out that door, brother. You know what's going to happen. See, it was serious back then. Right? It was serious back then. Go ahead.
For so I am commanded.
Right.
So Aaron.
Go ahead.
So Aaron and his sons did all things which the Lord commanded by the hand of Moses.
Mm-hmm. All right. Okay, y'all. And we know how to consecrate. The scriptures show us how we're consecrating ourselves now. So this is what he did with the Levites. Are we going to do that with, the 7 days? Well, the consecration in the spirit has been widened to a whole different mentality. Put off the old man, put on the new. Be renewed in the spirit of your mind. Right? So we're in Ecclesiasticus 27. This will be the last chapter. And then Sabbath class will be over. If you got any questions after that, hold them till then. All right? I mean, if you got questions about the chapter, yes. I'm talking about outside of the chapter. Ecclesiastes 27 and 1. Is it me or you?
All the way till 9.
Okay, go ahead.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 27, verse 1.
Go ahead.
Many have sinned for a small matter.
Right, because there's a lot of people that will sell their soul for small things. Right? There's a lot of people that will do wickedness for small things. Right? You remember back in the days, a few years back, we talked about the Illuminati and being brought up in the industry and all that. Right? You sell your soul for less things, an extra dollar at your work. Right? Your mama throws a guilt trip on you. Right? Many have sinned for a small matter. Go ahead.
And he that seeketh for abundance,
right,
will turn his eyes away.
Right, and he that seeketh for abundance, right? These people that are pushing for what? I'm looking for gain, right? Not realizing James 5 and 2. Somebody? James 5 and 2 in Proverbs 28. Not really this. Read that.
James chapter 5 verse 2.
Right?
Your riches are corrupted.
See, you got to watch for seeking for abundance. Right? Read it again.
Your riches are corrupted.
Right. Your riches are corrupted. You understand? So, what the scriptures is showing us is that we got to watch that spirit of pushing for abundance. Remember, let me say the disclaimer. The Bible is not saying you can't be successful. The Bible is not saying you can't have a 401k or have some money put aside. The Bible is not saying that. The Bible is saying, what is your life gear and what is first in your life? Is it abundance and by any means necessary? That's what gets you in this mode to where you keep sinning. Because you're only seeking for that. So, let's be clear. Right? It's not wrong to have things, to have finance, to have this or that. It's not wrong. But is that your own goal, your whole goal in life? To have abundance? While your soul diminishes? The scriptures say what? Read it again.
Your riches are corrupted.
Right?
And your garments are moth-eaten.
But see, all these things are going to be moth-eaten. Go to 1 Timothy 6 and 6.
1 Timothy chapter 6 verse 6.
Wow. Ninjas. Go ahead.
But godliness with contentment is great gain.
That's what we're supposed to be. Godly with contentment. When you strive for abundance, you're going to fall into sin. You understand that? You're going to fall into sin. So you got to know that riches corrupt. Right? And that can't be your focus in life. Y'all got that? Okay, but then was I clear? Was I clear on that you don't have to be broke? It's just what's your focus, right? What are you living for? Remember, America taught us what? Wake up to get paid, not wake up to the Most High. Chase the bag, right? Okay, Proverbs 28:22. Go ahead.
Proverbs chapter 28, verse 22. He that hates to be rich haveth an evil eye.
See, that's what it means. You haste to be rich, and your whole goal is to get riches, die trying. Obviously, you're going to have spirits on you. Because thou shalt have no other gods before me. And that means money too. That means the abundance of things. Y'all get that? Okay, now jump back. Ecclesiastes 27. 2.
Verse 2. as the nail sticketh fast between the joinings of the stone, so that sin stick close between buying and selling.
Yeah, because first of all, the buyer, what are you going to do to get that? So they started this new thing with Square and with all the credit cards that you can go ahead and get something and pay it later. So I see this whole news thing with Israel doing. You go into 5 different damn places and you owe this store, that store, that store, that store. Now you in debt. You know, like, now you owe. Now you broke. The Most High said, sin sticking close to buying. Now let's speak on the seller. This is why us as sellers, you have to be conscious of how you treat your people. Like, there's certain things that, I'll tell you an example. It's a good example. So a person on Chosen Creations hit Shawashna was like, look, I don't have enough money for this product. I was wondering if you can give it to me for this amount. And this is one out of how many? I've never had anybody ask us like that on there. So I was like, you know what? Yeah, tell her yeah. Tell her we'll do that for her. I know that was going to come around. She'll come back and buy something else, right? But a lot of people ain't on that. They're like, nah, that's the price. You know, so by the time Shawash and I went to get back to her, she already had placed her order. I said, still go tell her, hey, look, we're going to still give you a discount on your next product. You got to watch it, because what happens is, if you don't learn how to maintain integrity in all these things, you become that seller that is shiesty, that wants to get over on people, and you will use people. You are no longer in the commandments. So this is why you got to watch when it comes to buying and selling. You got to learn how to be righteous in everything, right? And that's how I do it. I'm not proclaiming I'm the guy. All I'm just saying is that I'm trying to make sure you get, right? You get what you order, you get the best quality, you get my spirit put into it, you get, you know what I mean, love. Not, I got your money, get the hell out of my face now. And that's not how we're supposed to be when we deal with buying or selling. You know what I mean? It's something we practice, so I'm not being funny. We tell the brothers at our locations what? Don't be shysty. Don't change prices. Don't tell somebody one thing and then switch it out. You know what I mean? If we charge this amount for that, stick to that amount. Because now you're what? You're being deceptive. Y'all see that? You lying. Y'all see that? Now everybody's going to charge their prices. That's not wrong. But stick to that price. Y'all get this? So that's what it's saying. All right, come on, read it. Go ahead.
Verse 3. Unless a man hold himself diligently in the fear of the Lord.
And this is some of the bread that we constantly, what? Remind each other. That unless we, as Hebrew Israelite men, hold himself diligently in the fear of the Lord. Go ahead.
His house shall soon be overthrown.
So what does it mean to hold himself diligently in the fear of the Lord? Go to Proverbs 27:23. Come on, I want to read that.
Proverbs chapter 27 and verse 20.
But you got to read with your inside voice. Come on.
Be thou diligent to know the state of thy flock.
So, it says what? Unless a man hold himself diligently. Where's the diligence? To know the state of your house. If you're oblivious to what the hell is going on in your house, or you're ignoring your daughter's issues, your son's issues, your wife's issues, and you're not giving them the medicine of the word, you're going to see your house diminish and fall. You got to know this. Your first flock is your wife and your kids. That's the first foremost. That's why it says in Timothy's what? Except a man, how can a man take care of the house of the Lord and he's not taking care of his own house? Huh? So, this is why we wanted, even here, we set aside Sundays. For now on, Sundays are going to be family days. You know what I mean? To where, because we're so busy, if we don't stick in a family day, you ain't going to spend time with your family. So we're trying to be conscious on all these levels. How do we stay addicted to the ministry, but know that our house is the ministry? But at the same time, knowing that if you ain't doing like Aaron, bringing it to your sons, and your daughters, and your wife, then your wife and your sons and your daughters won't be a part of the addiction. If we're supposed to be addicted to the ministry, and you leaving your children and house and your wives aside from the ministry, then you won't have them part of it. You know what I mean? So the Sunday's not to say, you know what, my family ain't part of the ministry, so I got to go spend time with them. It's to say, let's focus on other things we can do with each other, besides all the things we're doing in the ministry. Y'all get that? So that's being diligent to know the state of your flock. But if you're oblivious, if you're a husband that's what? You hate when you get home. You hate dealing with your rib. Those are things you got to rectify. It's your rib. You got to sit down and have some talks. Huh? This is what the Most High is saying. Finish it.
And look well to thy herd.
And look well to your herd. So go back to 27:3. Read it again.
Unless a man hold himself diligently in the fear of the Lord,
Right.
his house shall soon be overthrown.
So what is the fear of the Lord? We got to be diligent, and we got to hold ourselves to the fear of the Lord. Y'all should know this one was the fear of the Lord. Jump over to the 10th chapter. Jump over to the 10. Is it 10 to 6? Or is it 1? No, it's not. Is it 10 to 1? No, the fear of the Lord is, I think it's actually the first chapter. I'm sorry. 1. And 18. Go ahead. No, Ecclesiastes 1 and 18.
Ecclesiastes chapter 1 verse 18.
Go ahead.
The fear of the Lord is a crown of wisdom.
See, the fear of the Lord is a crown of wisdom. So, if you're taking the state over your flock, and you fear the Most High, you're doing what in your house? Using wisdom. You're teaching your family, you're teaching your kids, you're teaching your wife. Go ahead.
Making peace.
And then there will be what?
Making peace.
What would be in the house?
Peace.
Right.
But if you're not diligent to know what medicine the wife, the kids, the family needs, there won't be peace in your house. There'll be chaos. And we know where envy and strife is what? Is every evil work. Right? So the fear of the Lord maketh peace. Read.
And perfect health to flourish.
See? Verse 27.
For the fear of the Lord is wisdom and instruction.
So the fear of the Lord is wisdom. So except a man hold himself in the fear of the Lord. Where's the other one? The fear of the Lord is the commandments. To keep his commandments. I thought it was in this chapter. So finish that. Go ahead, finish it.
And faith and meekness.
And what?
Faith and meekness.
And faith in meekness. Being humble. That's what fear we're supposed to be applying. Jump to verse 12.
The fear of the Lord maketh
Why are you sad as hell going home? Because you're not. You laughed at that one. Huh? Why are you sad as hell going home? Because you're not being diligent to do the things to make your wife, to instill it. Let me reword that. To instill in your wife the qualities that will make her face shine, so when you see her, it will make you merry. That's the fear. Except a man hold himself diligently in the fear of the Lord, his house shall be soon overthrown. The wisdom, the understanding, the meekness to know what you need to be doing in your house. Where is it at? The fear of the Lord is to keep his commandments. What is it?
Ecclesiastes 12:13.
Read that. Ecclesiastes, go ahead and jump up and just read it. Come on.
That's Ecclesiastes chapter 12, verse 13.
Uh-huh.
Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear God and keep his commandments.
Okay, there's another one. But yes, that's it. It makes the point. It adds with the precept. The fear of the Most High is keep his commandments. Are you doing that in the house? Or are you scared? I don't know, man. If I push these laws on her, she might leave me. That's why you got no peace. That's why you got no merry heart. Y'all understand that? And if you don't believe that, we'll see. We'll see who's going to stand and who's not. Y'all got that? Let's jump back to Ecclesiastes 27:3. Go ahead. 27, what? Proverbs what?
Ecclesiasticus.
I mean, that goes with it too. Go ahead.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 27, verse 4.
Go ahead.
As when one sifted with a sieve.
Right. So when you sift, imagine throwing rice into a strainer. It's the same thing. You sift with a sieve, right? You're trying to get whatever's in the rice out, make sure the rice stays in. Go ahead. The leftover, the stuff that don't really go with the rice, go ahead. Remaining. The garbage remaining. Right? Go ahead.
So the filth of man,
right,
in his talk,
is in his talk. What are you talking about? Lust? Is it always about you emotional here? You can't see this, you can't see that? And I'm not saying don't ask questions. What it's saying is, what do you entertain? Right? Because you can see the filth in the man through what he's talking about. You can see the filth in the sister through what she's talking about. What her communication's about. You understand that? Okay, read on.
Verse 5.
Uh-huh.
The furnace proveth the potter's vessel.
And what will always prove you? The furnace is the word. It said he will baptize you with water and with what? Fire. So the furnace, when you go to Ecclesiastes 2, prepare thy soul for temptation. Constantly endure, right? He's going to refine thee in the furnace of adversity. Isaiah 48:10, right? I have chosen you in the furnace of affliction. The Most High is the furnace. Yahweh Shai is burning all that impurities out of us. Zechariah 13, he said what? He would bring the third through fire. Twofold meaning. Through the thermal fire and through this fire, right? Go ahead.
The furnace proveth the potter's vessel.
Go ahead.
So the trial of a man is in his reason.
So, the trial is going through that furnace. And as you're going through, we just talked about this, as you're going through the battles and the things of life, right? How are you going to reason through that? Should I shoot up a Walmart? Or should I put my trust in Yahweh and remove the anxiety, the pain, the suffering? Wait a minute, the fear of the Lord bringeth peace in a merry heart? Well, why don't I have peace and why don't I have a merry heart? Because my reasoning is not that of the Lord. I want to reason through my emotions, my pride, my envy, my strife. That's confusion. And that's why you would never be at peace. You would never have a merry heart. You'd never be doing the will of the Lord. you come around us, it will be contention and strife because you're bringing those worldly minds into the truth and saying you're of the Father. Period, point blank. That's how it works. God is true. Your folly mind, our crazy mind, is not true. Y'all understand? Go ahead. What?
Is your reasoning your wisdom?
Your reasoning is how you intellectually understand these things around us, right? Where you get that reasoning from? Well, we know where it comes from. You got taught reasoning from your ecstatic, erratic, loco mama, the loquita, right? Or your crazy ass dad, or your gang banging uncle, right? Or your unbalanced grandma, and you reason like she was so good, sweet, and wholesome, but her reasoning was off, brother. The cakes were good, right? Granny was sweet and kind, but Granny's reasoning was off, right? And that's not Grandma. Yes, Granny's off. You understand? It wasn't the reasoning of Yahweh. Okay, so how we deal with the issues, rationalize the issues, right? Yeah, right. That's where these arguments come from. It's how you rationalize these things, right? And a lot of times we don't rationalize them right because our judgment is not according to the scriptures, right? So that shows what type of individual we are. Read on.
The fruit declared if the tree had been dressed.
Right, and is reiterating it. Look at the tree and look at the fruit from the tree. Let's start back. Your daddy, your mama, the tree, and the fruit that comes from the tree. You're the fruit. What are you? And when you realize we was born in iniquity, and in sin that my mother conceived me, you would come to reality to realize, oh, mama wasn't good fruit. Daddy wasn't good fruit. So what has to happen? I got to be born again and come from the real tree that's planted by the rivers of living water, Yahweh, Bahashem and Yahweh Shai. Then you realize, damn, now I understand why I got so many problems. Because I got to be born again from the real trees. Read, go ahead.
Okay. So is the utterance of a conceit.
Right? So is the utterance or my speech, what I say, that comes from my conceit, my thoughts, my mind. Go ahead.
In the heart of man.
Right, in the heart of man. So the fruit, what you say, is how you think. Yahweh Shai said it's not what goes in, it's what comes out. Because what comes out of the heart proceed evils, murders, adulteries. Right? What you say tells where your head's at. Right? Now, the scripture says there's one that have spoken rashly. We know that. But let's be real about this. Yes, you can speak rashly. You can say foolish things at times. This point is not talking about that. This is saying how you really, what you're talking about, and all these things that's coming out of your mouth is how you think. So you got to realize, where's that coming from? Your conceits. Y'all get this? Okay, go ahead.
Verse 7. Praise no man, before thou hearest him speak.
Right. So we're looking at, okay, what you talking about? Right? What are you saying? Oh, he's intelligent? He got a PH what? He got an LMNOP? Oh, let me hear him talk. I don't believe in God. Oh, you're a fool. Like, I hear what you're saying. Like, because everything that you say afterward has been tainted off of, I don't need the Creator. Right? Yeah, I'm listening to what you're saying, but man, nah.
Yeah, I like what you're saying, because it's also important, especially when you're dealing with Hebrew Israelites. They might have the fringes on, they might got the beard, she got the head wrap, but when she starts talking, Is she speaking as the oracles of the Most High, or is she sounding just like worldly people? Is he coming edifying? Does he sound like a man of wisdom, or do he still sound like the cat from off the corner, the block boy? But now he just has on the garment and the attire. So you cannot like start crediting these people. Oh yeah, that's a righteous man right there. That's a modest sister. Yeah, that's the basic start of it. But you'll see who they are based on what comes out their mouth. Yeah. You got to be very careful with that, because we go through all the time. You know, sadly. You know, you be happy to see a brother with fringes, or you see him down the hall, or you see him at the store, you ready to just quote Yashala, right? You go excited, but then you get closer. Before they even speak, they smelling like cigarettes. They smelling like weed. So what do you think is going to come out of their mouth? It ain't going to be anything substantial.
Right. And the thing is, you're like, well, you're judging the brother. No, we're understanding. Like, I'm going to still show love to you. I'm going to still salute you. I'm going to still pound you. I'm going to still say, hey, we got class over here. But we got to be understanding that the Bible is telling us how to be aware. Right? Okay, what are you talking about, brother? What are you talking about, sister? Like, you're judging things off of the outward appearance instead of now this conversation, and understand what the conceits that come from these individual minds. Right? And then you can see where they stand. You know what I mean? So, let's be clear. Nobody's saying, the word is not saying, because you already judged them off of they smell like cigarettes. We know that a lot of people might just came to the truth, and the first thing they feel is what? Let me throw my fringes out. They're not realizing, damn, let me put down the cigarettes before I put the laws on me. Let me put the laws in me. They're not getting that, right? So we get that. All right, so we're not naive. Yeah.
Yeah, it's beautiful what you said. Your choice of word, you said, we are understanding, right? You didn't use the word accepting.
Right.
The scripture said,
right.
Don't accept.
Right.
Right? So you said, we're understanding.
We understand.
Because we've been in a place before.
We've been in that place.
We know where we are right now.
Right.
Right? So we're understanding. But we're not saying, oh, I'll accept you as you are, where you can stay that way.
No.
You know? Yeah.
Hell no. We know it, but that's why I said we got to understand. Like, the scriptures ain't telling us just to be just now, because the brother's weak, he's new, he's garbage. Right. We're all garbage. We're all garbage. So, like, we're out there fishing, and what are we fishing? He said the base things of the world. So put things in perspective, right? So we're at verse what? 8. Verse 8. If thou followest righteousness, thou shalt obtain her, and put her on as a glorious robe. Who are you following? Huh? Your YouTube. You click follow. Who are you following? Who are you getting your knowledge from? Exactly. That I already can see it on your face. Majority what? If it's majority video games, y'all, that's what your mind is following. That's what pops up in your feed. Who are you following? Huh? You following the Most High? Like I just had a talk with my boy. It's not about taking you out of the world. It's about strengthening you in the world to have power over these things. So, what is grasping more of your attention? That's important. Play your video game, right? Play the basketball. Go out, play a basketball. We play basketball to work out. But is your life every day waking up to be on the court? Ball is life. No, we do that as a what? Workout. We ain't like all day, every day I gotta get in. You know what I mean? Like, what you went over? What you studying? The matrix. Right? That is, when I'm chilling, I got a little time. But my life gotta be more wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. Because you know, with video games, if you finally follow you're plugged into the games, but your emotions can't be controlled, you're going to think you're in a live action. What? I've been saying it all day. Ghost Recon. Call of Duty. You know what I mean? Why? Because what are you following? But if you're following the Spirit, that's just fun little here and there. You see what I'm saying? That's my little relaxed time after I got the things that mean something in my life. Y'all get this? That's why it says in the next verse, let me repeat this again. If thou follow righteousness, thou shalt obtain her. If you follow video games, you shall attain it. If you follow the drug game, you're going to attain it. If you follow women, you will be attaining it. What are you following? Huh? You following that thought? Then you're going to get a thought. Y'all get it? So let's follow wisdom. Because that's more riches, glory, power than anything. Right? And put her on. Her is wisdom. Her is wisdom. It's saying liken her to a comely and delicate woman. Right? If you put wisdom on as a glorious long robe, then you're going to obtain her, right? Then it comes back and it says this. Check this out. The birds will resort unto their like. What are you following? Who are you around? Huh? Because you will start hanging right. You following Birdman? Or you following who you resorting to? Well, it's only who you're following.
You run into your family members.
Right.
You run into the elder sisters.
Right.
It shows what you value. Like, you don't really value the wisdom and knowledge and understanding of the Most High because you still run into your mama, your grandmama, auntie, the dudes on the block that's going to give you this worldly knowledge, this worldly wisdom. That's what you really are pleased with. You're not pleased. You don't love this word. You don't love the Most High wisdom. You don't want that peace that comes with the scriptures. And it says it. Read it again. Oh, that was us. It's just like the scripture said, a man will cleave to his own light. It's the same thing. Because you're not going to see drug dealers hanging out with the righteous. No, they want to be with the street cats. They want to be with the cats talking about chasing the bag, hitting that bird. You know, you're not going to see a doctor hanging out with somebody that's overweight. Yeah, they want to be with the drug dealer.
You're not going to be hanging around with Pookie the drug dealer. The birds will resort unto their like. What do you like? It can tell by who you follow. You be around brothers and you get bored when they talking, like because you ain't following them. Right? You don't follow, brother, what we talking about? Why? Because your brain ain't into that. So be careful what you're into, what you following, because it's not supposed to captivate your mind more than the gospel, the word. This is the strength. This is what's going to keep you in these last days. The birds will resort unto their like, so will truth so will truth return unto him that practice her. Will you follow it? Like if you're about the truth, what more are you going to be of? You see, you're going to be about the truth. Y'all get this? As a lion lath in wait for the prey, so sin for them that work iniquity. What are you following will come back to you. Right? You always in iniquity and following iniquity, what you going to reap? Iniquity. Right? Y'all know it. Galatians 6 and 7. Whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. It's 6 and 7, right? 6 and 7.
Yeah.
Right? When you go to Corinthians, it tells you, I think it's 15 or 12, it says what? He that soweth to the flesh shall reap to the flesh. Actually, I think it's 9. He that soweth to the flesh shall reap to the flesh. He that soweth to the spirit shall reap to the spirit. Come? You go to Job, he said the same thing. So, who are you following? Because that's what you're going to reap. Who are you around? That's what you're going to partake in. That's what you're going to be strong in. Y'all get this? What is it?
Galatians 6.
Oh, yeah. All right, then it comes back and says, It's showing you how. The discourse of a godly man is always with wisdom. Who you around, who you listening to. Right? But a fool changes as the moon. It goes back to that double-minded man. One minute you talk about you're faithful, and the next minute I don't see that. Like, but I just showed you the faith. How come you don't see it? You're a fool. A fool jumps back and forth. A fool is in that mind because they are not stable in what they're following. If thou, now it's going to switch. Y'all get that, right? Those section of scriptures. Now it's going to jump. Because we know Ecclesiasticus, Proverb, Ecclesiastes, it gives us parts wisdom on a point and then jumps to another point. Verse 13. The discourse, no. If thou be among the indiscreet, observe the time. But be continually among men of understanding. It kind of switched it a little bit, but didn't. Because, but first of all, the indiscreet is what? The indiscreet, and I got to take it back, it's still going into that point. Because you know why? What is the indiscreet doing? The indiscreet doesn't know time, doesn't have judgment, doesn't consider who they're around, doesn't consider what they're displaying, speaking. They're indiscreet. Like you get a person that an indiscreet woman, she talking to you all weird in front of people. It's like, can we talk about this later? Right? No, she's not discreet. So they don't have discretion. What you got?
Say indiscreet, carelessly talkative.
Right. So you got a person that hasn't learned the discourse of the godly. They're not discreet. They're just talking about anything and everything. Like, what are you talking about? And who are you talking about it with? You over here messing up this sister's mind. See, that's why we got to always put that logic on blast, because if not, the new sister won't be hip to the demented mind state that people are bringing from the world. They're thinking, oh, she got a head cover, but she's still talking demented. She's still talking like a worldly woman. She just put her head wrap on, so chill out. She just took the damn bikini off and threw the head wrap on. So you got to know her mind, her mouth, her actions haven't caught up to what's on her head. If thou be among the indiscreet, observe the time. Watch them, because why? They just start talking about things that don't even, it's like, okay, you can't talk to that person about this because they're going to run with stupidity. It's like, I can't even joke with them like that because they won't, they keep going. Like, you don't know how to shut up, bro? It's like, bro, the joke's over. Like, but you just what? Keep going. You're indiscreet. But be continually among men of understanding. Who you around? They're going to give you balance. They're going to give you wisdom. Now, that's why we went over it earlier. Woe to him that is left alone. Who's balancing that man out? Nobody. He's picking and choosing. Right? It says, the discourse of fools is irksome. And this is what you would get. You would get somebody like, bro, once again, why are you still talking? Bro, come on, you got to think about what you're saying before you say it. That sounds stupid as hell. It's like, it's irksome. Right? It's like, hey, you just going to say anything? You're not going to think about what you say? The discourse of fools, right? And their sport, or being plain, remember the joking, is in the wantingness of sin. Meaning what? You joke with this person that's a fool, is going to take you to what? Disrespecting each other. Now you're sinning. Now you say something about somebody's mama. You're talking like out there in the world. But your mama, then you calling a brother a nigga. Like, nah, bro, that's just to remind us what not to be. You don't never say, yeah, my nigga. You don't never hear Israelites saying that. No. Remember, nigga is a derogatory way to remind us of what not to be.
Right.
So when I use it, and hopefully when you use it, it's in context of what not to be. But you don't just say, my nigga, what's up? My nigga. Right? We don't talk like that. Right? Okay. The sport, but that's where foolish talk will get you. You kids got to watch about that. It goes back to earlier. You got to keep everybody in check. You see some kids talking about things, and it's like, hold on. Nah, we ain't talking about that. You got to shut that down. Like, nah, y'all getting into something that I don't need to be talking about. Because it could be foolish talk that will lead you into sin, right? The talk of him that sweareth much maketh the hair to stand upright. You know, I swear to God, I swear to the Most High, I swear to this. It's like, oh, brother, oh, you're giving me chills. Chill with all that swearing, huh? Keep that out of your mouth, right? And their brawls make one stop his ears, right? Because you be like, bro, that's not the way we're supposed to talk. Yea be yea, nay be nay. Con? You got to watch that amongst you kids. Don't be going around the kids doing that. I swear to you. Stop it. Say, listen, brother, don't swear. Let's just talk. Let's talk straight up as men. Right? Verse 15. The strife of the proud is bloodshed. Why? There's so many scriptures that go with these, y'all. So many verses. But it tells you anger rests in the bosom of fools. It tells you about the wrathful man to stay away from him because he wants to do what? Bloodshed. Like you rolling with the guy that's litty all the time. He's the guy that will shoot anybody for no reason. But really, what's the underlying theme in there? Ego, pride. That's what it's telling us, right? That it ain't cool to hang around those idiots. But that's what? Street logic. I'm going to go with old boy because he's the thug, he's the killer. Right? And you the first one that's going to snitch. And I'm talking about according to their logic, right? No snitching, right? You hanging around with the killer, you be the first one to snitch. The street logic is so trash. These cats be dummies, man. It says, the strife of the proud is bloodshedding, and the reviling are grievous to the ear. Why? Because what are they talking about? Right? Bloodshed. I'll kill you. Right? Listen, don't make me pull up. Right? Gotta watch those even online. You better watch who you talking to. You be adding fuel to the fire, the cat might pull up on you. You know, I'm ready. You know what I mean? I always stay ready. All those rappers are dead. I always stay ready. And what? You got caught slipping, right? No, don't do that. Whosoever discovers secrets loses his credit. Now, let's put this in perspective. Secret is, I know he did wickedness and I can't say nothing. Stop that. That's not a secret. No, y'all, seriously, you know how many people, well, I told you that in confidence. You told me you was going to kill somebody. Stop with the damn foolish psychology. Like, you betrayed my secret. That was between me and you. No, you need help. That ain't a secret. That's nigga knowledge. Y'all know it. Don't look at me like I'm damn crazy. You know they be saying that. You betrayed my secret. I told you that in confidence. No. You told me you're cutting yourself, sister. And you can't stop. I had to tell your husband. I had to tell somebody. You got sisters that cut themselves, that pluck out their eyebrows, that overeat. You told them, and that's why they did that class. To help you. What the hell is wrong with y'all? See, you see nigga knowledge? Nigga psychology? Then they turn the gospel around on you. Now you're supposed to be guilty for doing what? Being your brother's keeper. Nigga knowledge. Oh, I got a list of the stupidity. Because they look at you with that dumb-ass face like, look, see, you betrayed me. I'm not done. I thought this was the truth. To try to throw a guilt trip on you for you keeping the laws. Nigga knowledge will do that. Don't let them do that to you. Hood knowledge is stupidity. It said the knowledge of wickedness is not wisdom. But they believe this. Y'all get this? Okay. Secrets are things that are like, what would be a secret? Something that you're not going to go out there and tell everybody. Come on, man. Don't act like nobody had secrets before. Tell me what a secret be. Because we know it ain't, I'm going to go kill 30 people in the Walmart. What?
It would just be like something that's personal and embarrassing.
Personal, embarrassing. I like that. Personal and embarrassing. Right? Hey, I got herpes. You know what I mean? I didn't want everybody to know. Come on. That's between me and you. You know what I mean? Well, get some herbs. You know what I mean? Work on yourself. And make sure you tell that brother you're finna get with that you got that. That's personal. You know what I mean? You don't need to go tell everybody that. That's not, you're cutting yourself. That's not, I don't like this sister. That was between me and you. You're not doing what the scriptures say. You're bearing hatred. That's not a secret. Y'all get that?
Got it.
Okay. All right. Jesus Christ. I be tired of that stupidity, man.
But the secret,
Yeah.
what it said is personal. It's things that wouldn't affect the body.
Yeah.
Because the things that come out in council that have to be told because they're going to affect the scriptures talk about the spirits jump like frogs. So if there's some things that you're dealing with, it has to be brought out. And it's not going to be like, oh, well, Picard's dealing with something. We're not going to mention your name, but we're going to mention the spirit that you're dealing with because you're not the only one. And we want it to be eradicated from the body.
That's what they don't get. They think we're supposed to let the leaven the whole lump and destroy the whole body. No. So it's important to know that we got to attack these spirits. Right? But what's a secret? You see that? It's not those things, all right? How many of y'all knew that? Yeah, a lot of people don't know that. They thought what? Because I went to you and told you in confidence that I don't like this other sister, that you weren't supposed to say nothing about it. You were supposed to, especially if you don't go and do the things to fix it. Nah, that spirit's going to haunt you. Right? It says, I give you counsel, and you don't go do it, and then you start to see that motive. You roll around the sister like that. You got to say something to help the sister. Right. Hey, husband, your rib is dealing with this. Y'all get that? So if you want demons on you and you don't want nobody to know, then don't talk. Because that's really what you want. I want to have the demons on me, and then when I go tell somebody like the world, they're supposed to nod their head, okay, keep the devil in your heart and then move on. That's what the world does. The scriptures hold us to accountable and to teach us to be our brother's keeper. Y'all get this? Okay. Love thy friend. Hold on. Whosoever discovers secrets loses his credit, which is true, and shall never find a friend to his mind. Why? Because you over there spreading things that you don't need to be talking about. You don't supposed to do that. Certain personal things and things that can embarrass, like that's not, everybody don't need to know that. Y'all get that? Okay. You're going to lose people. Love thy friend. But, sorry. You know why this is important? Because people set their mind of what is a secret from a worldly place, and then they stop talking to you because they feel you betrayed my secret. When that wasn't a secret, that was an illness that you needed to be fixed. And you didn't go about it the right way. You're not doing it. You're not doing the counsel that that person gave to them. Now somebody got to help you. Y'all get this? All right. Love thy friend and be faithful unto him. But if thou bewrayest his secrets, follow no more after him. Why? Because they're gonna be like, you know what? I don't trust you. You see that? I don't trust you. So this is why you can't be that type of person, revealing secrets, right? Letting these embarrassing personal things out there when they don't pertain to anything that is detrimental to someone's hurt, you know what I mean? Or the body, or the offense, or that own person's hurt, right? Okay. For as a man hath destroyed, I'm sorry, mine is written over.
For as a man hath destroyed his enemy, so hast thou lost the love of thy neighbor.
Right. So you start losing the love of your neighbor when you do these things. That brotherhood, that sisterhood. So you don't supposed to do those things. Okay. As one that letteth a bird go out of his hand, so hast thou let thy neighbor go, and shall not get him again. Yeah. You messing up the brotherhood. You messing up the sisterhood for things that y'all supposed to be personal. Okay? Follow after him no more. Right? Once again, your husband beat you, but you don't want nobody to know because he's gonna beat you. Like somebody gotta intervene on your sake. We gotta stop this. No, you can't tell nobody. But sis, why would you tell me that and I gotta stand for you? I just supposed to just let you just keep getting beat? Huh? That's what we supposed to do? That's foolishness, man. We've got to get you help. Y'all get this? Right. That's no reason to cut a sister off. She's supposed to tell you. That's no reason to cut a brother off. Follow not after him no more, and go not. That's where I'm at, right? Follow after him no more, for he is too far off. He is as a roe escaped out of the snare. As for a wound, it may be bound up, and after revealing, there may be reconciling, reveling, arguments. We can talk about that, right? We can fix those things. But he that bewrayeth secrets is without hope. See? Because it's like, well, how did I trust you again? Now, here's the balance. Nobody's perfect. Right? Forgive thy brother 70 times 7. Remember, there's other scriptures too. So don't just erase them out because you're going to be one-sided. Come. You see what I'm saying? Forgive thy brother 70 times 7 means what? He messed up. She messed up. Right? Yes. You're going to be like, damn, why'd you do that? Correct him. Show him. But there's got to be a forgiveness. But you might not what? Tell those secrets anymore, right? Like, you know what? I do forgive you. I love you. I don't want you to be as a role. But in the back of your mind, no, but I can't really tell you nothing if you're just going out there telling my secrets, right? He that winketh with the eye worketh evil. Now it's jumping. It's telling you what? You can't just let things pass. We just went over this earlier. You know a person that sinned, but you're going to be like, I'm going to let it slide. I'm going to let that one slide. You are now, according to the law we went over earlier, what? Partaking in that sin. Right? That's what it means by winking of the eye. Yeah. Worketh evil, and he that knoweth him will depart from him. Right? Now you what? You around this. What did we just read in the law? You're partaking in these things. Right? You're partaking in the sin. You can't just wink with the eye and deal with these things that they're dealing with. Y'all see this? When thou art present, he will speak sweetly. You see? Now you got deception. You got an actor. Right? Like, no, tell that person they wrong. Don't see that they wrong. Then go talk behind their back. Right? Where am I at? When thou art present, he will speak sweetly and will admire thy words. But at the last, he will what is it? Writeth, which is alter his speech. That's what writeth. Write his mouth and slander thy saying. He twists his words. Yeah, you slandered his words. Because you know they were wrong when you should have just said, hey, that's wrong. You know what I mean? That's why you can't just wink at things and then I'm going to be quiet, but then I'm going to go talk behind your back. Open rebuke is better. Let's go there real quick. Let's add it because it goes right with it. Go to Proverbs because this is what this is talking about.
Is it 6
Find that one. Find that one because it goes right with it. 27:5. 27:5? Go ahead, read that.
Proverbs chapter 27, verse 5. Open rebuke is better than secret love.
Right. There you go. Don't wink with the eye and have this secret love. Right? And then you do worse. You go back behind their back and talk. No. Tell them they're wrong. Deal with them. Bring out the issue. Y'all got this? 27:5. Okay. I have hated many things, but nothing like him. For the Lord will hate him. Why? Because the Most High is not dealing with a slander, a fake, actor. You're going to smile in people's face, but really go back behind their back. That's why it said what? You shall not suffer sin on your brother, but you shall what? In any wise rebuke him. Con? Right. Not smile in his face, nod, and be okay with that. Stop doing that. If you don't understand, don't nod, con, and then go back behind. I don't understand. Say something. Don't wait till you leave and then it's like, what are y'all doing? Nobody knows that that's, I was going to say gay. That's not articulate. Nobody knows that that's not acceptable. Like, what type of character is that? I'm going to nod in your face, then go back and be like, I didn't agree with. Like, what are you doing? Let's deal with some honor, man. You know what? I don't understand. I don't get it. Could you expound? Could you give me some more scriptures so I can get it? So you won't be a yes man and winking at people, right? And nodding your head and not really getting it. The Most High is showing us how to be honorable. The Most High hates that. Whosoever casteth a stone on high, casteth it on his own head. Most High said what? Rebuke not an elder. He said what? Despise not the judges. He said obey the powers that be. Right? Watch what you're doing. There's a way to do it. You can't cast that stone on high. Right? And a deceitful stroke shall make wounds. Right? We call it shots. Why are you shooting instead of just telling the person what it is? A deceitful stroke? Right? You making comments about a person instead of just telling them. You know what I mean? That's why we got to do it through what? The Word. You know the Word says this, that. Y'all get this? But not making jokes about it. Not, you know what I mean, telling them and not telling them. Right? Like, just let them know. Like subliminally, yeah. Like we call it what? Shots.
Yeah. You say two, three words out. You say a whole sentence, but two of those 3 words was shots.
You said a whole sentence, but 2 or 3 words was the shot. That was the direct bullet. That only that person knows.
That person knows.
Yeah, if they're the only 2 that know the situation, only them 2 know.
Yeah.
And the person like they doing the side eye. I know that was me.
Is that a stat?
Now, don't get that mixed with reproof and correction.
Yeah.
Do not get it twisted with reproof and correction. Because remember, he said rebuke them sharply. Right? That all may fear. So you can't say that means don't rebuke, or you're not going to tell the people what is their problem. It's 2 different things. Y'all get this? Whosoever diggeth a pit shall fall therein. You reap what you sow. Right? You trying to set people up. You're trying to create commotion and division and negative. You trying to lie and be deceptive. You'll see they'll fall into that, y'all. The Most High turn everything around on that individual. And he that setteth a trap shall be taken therein. Everything, the Most High said he has the wise in their own craftiness. He's got that. The white man ain't doing nothing. The Illuminati, the high echelon that's so-called doing this and that, bro, we laugh at that. The Most High said he laughs at them. Right? He laughs at them. So they're not going to get away with anything. He that worketh mischief, it shall fall upon him. And he shall know whence it cometh. Shall not know whence it cometh. Mockery and reproach are from the proud. You don't have to mock it. You don't have to do it that way. Just tell them. That's wicked. It's off. It's not acceptable. But vengeance as a lion shall lie in wait for them. Right? They can't mock the word. You're not going to get away with mocking the Most High. Yeah, we're Power Rangers. Yeah, we're this, we're that. Right? The Most High sees what you're doing. Right? You cannot mock the truth.
I like that verse 27. It's sad because you look at your news app, no matter where you at, you're seeing all these street cats, these so-called thugs out here, and even these rappers, they sing them and glorify about killing their own people, and then weeks later, a month later, they on the t-shirt. They on the t-shirt. Yeah. And we just want to be sad about that? No, you think the Most High is not going to let that wickedness go unpunished?
That's why he said he will mock them in their calamity. Yeah. He will mock them with fear coming. Right? Verse 29. They that rejoice at the fall of the righteous. You see how I did that? You can't mock the truth. You can't mock the men of the Most High. Right? They that rejoice at the fall of the righteous shall be taken in the snare, and anguish shall consume them before they die. Right? All that, our life is a waste. You're wasting your time. Yeah, that wisdom of Solomon. The Most High pain is going to come on them. Right? Our life's a joke. They're going to get what's coming to them. Malice and wrath, envy, these are abominations. Listen to this. Malice and wrath. Right? Even these are an abomination. Watch your spirit as it veers into this malicious, wrathful, angry, because it's abomination. The Lord doesn't deal with that. And the sinful man have them both. Yeah. All right. That's a lot. Once again, there's precepts with all of this. It's your job to go study and add. I threw a lot out of there, but we would be here literally for hours on hours adding precepts to every one. Right? This is where you're supposed to study. And like I went over, you see how I was adding to each one? There's much more. All right? Proverbs, Ecclesiasticus, Wisdom of Solomon. You know what I mean? All the examples can go right with all these verses. All right? Okay. All right. 5 o'clock. Guess it's still early. Yeah. Question. What's the question? You said question. Oh, you were seeing if anybody has any questions.
Oh.
Yeah.
First Kings, well, many places. First Kings 21 and 27.
Mm-hmm.
Says calls Elijah, the
Tishbite.
Tishbite, right?
I think that. Oh, we checked that before. I think that was a land. Yeah, we checked that. That was a land. Come on, let's check it real quick. But yeah, usually when it says that, like it says the Canaanite.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it was a land.
Yeah.
In Israel by.
Yeah.
My phone dead.
Yeah, it was a land.
Yeah.
Yeah. We looked that up before, but that was your question. Yeah, it was a land. We can double check it right now too. Any other questions? Yeah. What you got?
It said historically, Tishba, I don't know how to pronounce that.
Tishba?
Yeah.
Okay.
Was known as the region of Gilead.
There you go. There you go. So, the old name before Gilead? Gilead? Yeah. All right. Okay. Any other questions? Anything online? No? If not, we're going to go ahead and finish up. It was definitely a good Shabbat class. Hopefully, there was a lot of edification. And if not, hit me up and say, no, you need to edify in this a little more, and we'll do that. All right? Yeah. What happened? Who's out there? Oh, yeah. Go ahead and bring them in now so we can set up these ending prayers. All right? Yes, sir. It's okay. It's all good. Yeah. You let it slide. Yeah, I see what you do. It went right with the law we was going over. Yeah. About letting those things pass.
But we're gonna start with the prayer first. So
All right, y'all. We're going to start. Barakatah Yehovah. Barakatah Yehovah Shai. Barakatah Yehovah. Barakatah Yehovah Shai. For this Sabbath, this day. Barakah for your wisdom, knowledge, understanding, faith, patience, kindness, and long suffering. Yehovah, we ask of you to raise up prophets, raise up teachers, raise up women that have been in your name. Please, Yahweh, reward them that wait for you, and let your prophets be found faithful. Yahweh, gather all the tribes of your Ikra together and inherit thou them from the beginning. Please, make the time short. Make the time short. And remember the covenant. And let them declare thy wondrous works. Please, Yahweh, raise up indignation and pour out wrath. Take away the adversary and destroy the enemy. Bahashem Yehovah Shai. Gather all the tribes of the Ikra, all the schools, all the brothers, all the sisters. Remove division, discord, negative, folly from us. Bahashem Yehovah Shai. But Yehovah, we thank you for the food, the clothes, the house, the cars, whatever you give us. We know it is to do your will, your service, your work. But Hashem Yehovah Shai. Barakatah Yehovah. Hashem Yehovah Shai. Ha'o'ah. Nabalanawa. Ha-ta-ra-ra.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Barakatah Yehovah. Hashem Yehovah Shai. Ha-ha-wa. Nabalanawa. A war. La-ra-ah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the light to see.
Barakatah Yehovah. Hashem Yehovah Shai. Ha-ha-wa. Nabalanawa. Ha-ayo. Quara. La Quara. Ha-ain.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the ram's horns to call the people.
Barakatah Yehovah. Hashem Yehovah Shai. Ha-ha-wa. Nabalanawa. Shaman. Zayat. Lamashah. Yasha'Allah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto Yahweh and to sing praises unto the Most High, to show forth thy loving kindness in the morning and thy faithfulness every night upon an instrument of 10 strings, upon the psaltery, upon the harp with a solemn sound. For thou, Yahweh, has made me glad. Through thy work, I will triumph in the works of thy hands. O Yahweh, how great are thy works, and thy thoughts are very deep. A foolish man knoweth not, neither doeth a fool understand this. When the wicked spring up as grass, and all the workers of iniquity do flourish, it is that they shall be destroyed forever. But thou, Yahweh, art most high forevermore. For lo thy enemies, O Yahweh, for lo thy enemies shall perish. All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered. But our horn shalt thou exalt anointed with fresh oil. My eye also shall see my desires of my enemies, and my ears shall hear my desire of the wicked that rise up against us. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like the cedar in Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh Shai shall flourish in the courts of the Most High. They shall bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be fat and flourishing to show that Yahweh is upright. He is my rock, and there is no unrighteousness in him. This is Psalms 133. Shayar, Hamalawathi, Landawah, Hana, Matawah, Wama, Naayam, Shabbat, Akim, Gum, Yachad, Kashaman, Hatawah, Idol, Harash, Yurad, Idol, Hazakwan, Zakwan, Aharan, Shayarad, Alpunya, Manawakiwa, Katol, Karawan. Somebody take him out and deal with him. Take him out and deal with him. Karawan, Shayarad, Ayo, Hariyah, Tazawat, excuse me, Tazayawan, Kaya, Shun, Tazawat, Yahweh, Habaraka, Kayayam, Ay, Haywalam, Aman.
This is Psalms 133. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Most High commanded the blessing, even life forevermore.
Bahashem Yahushua.
Bahashem Yahushua.
The one. Okay. Let's salute. Circle up. Yeah, we'll salute. Then we get out there saluting everybody online, saluting everybody in here. Call it.
Up, Ahmad, Barak.
Turn to face the sisters. Call it.
Salute now the daughters of Zion, men of Israel. Ahmad, Barak.
Alright, say shalom to everybody online.
Shalom.
Alright, dismiss, fall out. Glad to have y'all. Trejana, can I speak to thou?